Right. Good evening. It's Tuesday, January 17th, 2023, regularly scheduled Board of Education meeting. I'll call the meeting to order at 5:30 p.m. If I could please have the roll called.
Mrs. Hassler.
Here.
Mrs. Arvanitis. Mrs. Troutman.
Here.
Mr. Kaczynski. Mr. Collins.
Yep.
Mrs. Stufen.
Present.
And Mrs. Caforio.
Here. We have 5 board members present, 2 absent. Could I please have a motion to go into closed session?
I move that the Board of Education move into closed session for the purposes of the appointment, employment, compensation, discipline, performance, or dismissal of specific employees of the public body or legal counsel for the public body, including hearing testimony on a complaint lodged against an employee of the public body or against legal counsel for the public body to determine its validity. 5 ILCS 122C1. Student disciplinary cases. 5 ILCS 122C9. The placement of individual students in special education programs and other matters relating to individual students. 5 ILCS 122C10. Discussion of minutes of meetings lawfully closed under the Open Meetings Act, whether for purposes of approval by the body of the minutes or semi-annual review of the minutes as mandated by Section 2.06 5 ILCS 122C21.
I'll second.
Motion by Mrs. Troutman, second by Mrs. Hassler. Could you please call the vote?
Mrs. Troutman.
Yes.
Mrs. Hassler.
Yes.
Mrs. Stufen.
Yes.
Mr. Collins.
Yes.
And Mrs. Caforio.
Yes, 5 ayes, no nays, 2 absent. The board will be in closed session. Tuesday, January 17th, 2023, regularly scheduled Board of Education meeting. The full board is present, and the board has been in closed session for items listed on the agenda since 5:30 this evening. At this time, I would ask that we all stand for the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, so we're going to begin with the best part of the meeting, which is the spotlights and recognitions. And I think we're going to do our middle school students first. So Jackson, if you can hang on. Mr. Baker? Are you? Okay. All right. All right, Mrs. Troutman's going to, yep. All right.
I apologize in advance for whoever's name I say incorrectly. And I hate having all my, should we call them up? Are we calling them up or not? Yeah.
Yes, if all the students would come up and stand in the middle, it's a little cozier tonight, so come on up and stand in the middle and face out so everybody can see you. We know you're there, we can see you. Your little height. Yep, perfect. Oh.
Yeah. Duh. You go first.
Okay, I'll go first. All right.
Always defer to the mouth.
Okay. All right. I guess I'm going first. Hello, everybody. A tall guy adjusting the microphone. There we go. All right. I'll put it back for you. Don't worry. That's true. All right. Well, good evening. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Patrick Baker. I am the Director of Arts, PE, and Health for District 205. It is an honor and a privilege to be here with you tonight and to celebrate the accomplishments of some of our outstanding student musicians. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to say just a few words about these special accomplishments. The Illinois Music Education Association sponsors festivals in 9 districts across Illinois. District 205 belongs to District 1, which is among the most competitive of the 9 districts. Tonight we honor our middle school student musicians who were selected from more than 1,000 of their peers at over 75 participating schools in Chicago and the western and southwestern suburbs. These students prepared for and successfully completed a rigorous audition process in order to be accepted into one of the very selective ensembles at the Junior District Festival. These are not small accomplishments. We commend all of these student musicians for their tenacious work ethic and their commitment to artistry. Each of them has done an excellent job representing themselves, their ensemble, their school, District 205, and the entire Elmhurst community. On behalf of myself, our District 205 music teachers, some of whom are behind me tonight, we extend the proudest congratulations to each and every one of these students. And finally, thanks to the board, district and building administration, and to the families of our students and our community for your ongoing support of our programs here in Elmhurst. Thank you all and have a wonderful evening.
I just told Mr. Baker he did the easy part, not having to pronounce all these names. All right, let's do this. Thank you guys, and thank you all for being here tonight. I know it's always hectic to take time out on a Tuesday night, but it truly is our most favorite part of the evening. And so thank you, and I'm honored to read this proclamation for you all, and to hear about all the great successes you're going to have, not only tonight, not only this year, but moving forward. Whereas the Illinois Music Educators Association competitions are considered the most prestigious statewide student recognition program in music education. And whereas every year, thousands of students from schools across the greater Chicagoland area audition for the honor of being selected for the Illinois Music Education Association all-district band, chorus, orchestra, and jazz band. And whereas this program recognizes some of the best musicians in the state of Illinois and rewards excellence on the part of individual students while encouraging further music study and artistry. And whereas the following students were selected for the Junior Illinois Music Education Association festivals: Kate Fromm, chorus alto; Eleanor Marcos, chorus alto; Hannah Peterson, chorus alto; Lainey Shish, chorus alto; Peter Russo, chorus bass; Ava DeCosola, band clarinet; Daniel Lattis, band clarinet; Dean Dilijanis, Jazz Band 2, jazz drum set, band and percussion; Arjan Shah, band and percussion; Liam Smith, chorus and soprano; Ethan Sullivan, chorus and tenor; Eamon Hall, band and trombone; Tyler Moy, band and trumpet; Josh Reddick, band and trumpet; Jonah Hurdle, band and tuba; Zachary Weekman, orchestra and viola; Sarah Gerbasi, orchestra, violin; Stella Cliffel, chorus alto; Vivian Lowe, orchestra and cello; Henry Teague, band and trumpet; Sejan Peel, orchestra and cello; Henry Amberg, band and clarinet; Alexios Malamis, jazz band 2, jazz drum set, band and percussion; Michael Dorco, chorus and tenor; Megumi Galwas, orchestra and violin; Olivia Moore, orchestra and violin; Sophie Saldana, orchestra and violin; Lillian Samulian, orchestra and violin; Jane Scadam, orchestra and double bass; and Rachel Warnick, band and clarinet. Whereas this accomplishment brings pride and prestige to Bryan, Churchville, and Sandburg Middle Schools, District 205, and the community, now therefore be it resolved that the Board of Education and Administration of Elmhurst Community Unit District 205 express congratulations to these students, their parents, and their entire District 205 music faculty for this outstanding accomplishment. Nice job. So Dr. Campbell's going to come around and take a picture with you guys in the middle, and then you can do a whole fist pump procession. Mr. Baker, who's the best person to give this to give to everybody? I mean, gosh.
We'll look at it. We'll get it done. Are they all the same inside?
I think they're all the same.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah, perfect. You got it. You got it.
Did you guys have a good New Year? Yeah. Good? Yeah, can't complain. We stayed here. I wish I took off. It's in campus. Yeah, yeah. Don't worry, parents. We'll give you an opportunity. You have to step up if you can, too. If you want to go right in front, you can. Oh, thank you. Yeah, it's easier. Yeah. Big smile. There you go. You got it. Sorry. Everybody get them? One more. Okay. Looks like we're good.
I have a lot, in the past, I've had a lot of my readings. There's some openings and whatnot. Let's look at the place. So like, there's water from the roof. But I think after 20 years, they may have actually kind of figured out what the issue was, because I've got some spots in the ceiling, but no like leaking. Like I've had in the past, so
You going around the
that's
circle?
a beautiful thing.
Nope, I'm going.
Take one of these.
So anyway, there you go. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
We're happy about that. Yeah. So.
It's just one of the first things I got to deal with.
You're welcome.
November 3rd or something.
Guys, make sure you get a folder from me. Make sure you get a folder from me.
Been there, done that, so.
You're gonna do negotiations with us again next time.
Oh, sure. I'm available.
Thank you again so much for coming, and parents for all your support. We know when it's music, there's a lot of support that goes on at home, and really grateful. So we'll give a minute here for them to clear out, and Jackson can get ready. I don't see her. Oh, there she is.
Take care. We'll see you tomorrow, Patrick. Have a great night, okay? Sounds good. You too. Thank you.
Really close to it.
I'm loud enough. Do you have the clicker? Is it on? Well, I'm just gonna go with yes. Okay. Wait for some people to be leaving. Do you want us to start?
All right, you're ready. I mean,
Okay.
we're ready. Whatever. It's all
right.
yours. Whatever.
It was great to hear some former Jackson Jaguars names in the music recognition and even see some of their faces. But I'm Christine Trundle. I'm the principal of Jackson Elementary School. This is my 6th year as principal of Jackson, and I'm looking forward to sharing an update with you tonight from Jackson School. I already forgot.
And hi, I am Katie Collins. I am the assistant principal at Jackson. This is my 4th year in the district and my 3rd year as part-time AP at Jackson. And we are excited tonight to share with you a little update on our focus on working to empower our students by creating a sense of belonging. And we get to start that tonight by introducing our new mascot, Jax the Jaguar. So we were very excited this year to have our new mascot and our new logos that are present and visible throughout our entire building. And we really took that opportunity of having this new mascot and taking our new logos and really embracing that and going through a school-wide process to name our Jaguar. So we began the process by taking in suggestions from our students, our staff, on different possible names to name our new mascot, our new Jaguar, and they came up with lots of ideas and lots of thoughts. So we really invited them to bring and share those suggestions, and then we kind of narrowed it down to 5 choices and had a school-wide vote and really got support from our school leaders and our student council in order to do that. We also, as part of it, you can kind of see our new mural here that is right outside of our office, which is beautiful and really shows our school saying, which we say every morning at the end of our announcement, which is be yourself, choose kindness, and try something new. This serves as our daily reminder to all of our students and staff to kind of reflect and engage in that reflection, empathy, and goal setting. Our final step in our naming process was that we had a school-wide assembly, and we unveiled our new name there, and the excitement that day was high. It was really exciting to be able to bring all of the kids in and to, have that time together as a school and as a staff to really unveil and, show them their new name. So Jax was the winner. And as you can kind of see in our pictures here, we all gathered in matching shirts. So every single staff member, students, so from grade K to 5 to our students, our paraprofessionals, our lunch supervisors, everybody has our matching shirt. And we were able to wear them to the assembly there. And we were very fortunate to be able to do that and buy those shirts because of the strong student council that we have in fundraising they had completed. So we were able to purchase shirts for everybody. We wore them, and you can see our new mascot on the front. And then on the back of those, we also have, again, our school saying of the be yourself, choose kindness, and try something new. And we, every Thursday, have our day that we wear these shirts or other Jackson gear. But I will say it's really nice. We see a lot of these on Thursday. And it just kind of creates that visible sense of belonging in our building and seeing that pride we have as a school and in working together. So after this assembly, we really had some wonderful students and a group of students that kind of came out of this that called themselves the Positive People Club. And this Positive People Club they came up with and gathered information from other people to get positive sayings, and they have hung those up along the lunchroom, in the hallways. They created a bulletin board in the lunchroom and posted sayings from each class. And I really think that has been a huge piece of just continuing to post positive messages around our school and just serve as that commitment that we have to be our authentic selves, our commitment to kindness, and our willingness to try new things. So that is really just kind of continued throughout our building, and they are really proud and excited to show when new things are up on that bulletin board. And it's really exciting to walk around the building and see that as well.
Our school saying, be yourself, choose kindness, and try something new is also put into action with our focused morning announcements that are themed monthly. Topics so far this school year have been friendships, feelings, coping skills, growth mindset and goal setting, and currently throughout the month of January as a school, we're focused on problem solving. These announcements create a sense of belonging because every staff member and student has access to similar tools, strategies, and a common language. These announcements demonstrate to everyone at Jackson School that we are all learning and working on our relationship skills and strengthening our emotional intelligence together. This opens up a school-wide dialogue that leads to productive and meaningful conversations across Jackson School. I would like to share with you an example of what these announcements sound like from December. This was a morning where we were talking about growth mindset. And when I came on the morning announcements, I asked the students, what is something positive that you can tell yourself when you make a mistake? And I reminded them that making a mistake can be discouraging, but it's important to remind yourself that it's not the end of the world. Today's question is, what can you do? What is something positive you can tell yourself if you make a mistake? And to remember that mistakes are learning opportunities. So these examples, again, are announcements are a common learning experience and a language for all of us at Jackson School. In addition to our morning announcements, all grade levels have daily classroom meetings and provide opportunities for students to connect with one another, discuss problems they're facing, and practice empathy and self-reflection. This slide shows just some of the examples of the learning taking place in all grade levels at Jackson. I would like to highlight Jackson's participation in the NORA project in 4th grade and the NORA Project STEMpathy Club in 5th grade. Our school community has been a partner with the NORA project for the last 4 years. The NORA project is a nonprofit that provides schools with experience-based curriculum rooted in ways to spark friendships and build empathy that's authentic. Finally, I'd like to share with you an example of something that you saw on the previous slide. This is used in a lot of our 5th grade classrooms, and teachers have provided students with this tool that's named the Mood Meter, and it's actually from the Yale Center for Emotional Intelligence. The Mood Meter provides students and adults with language to describe their emotions. This is helpful because we know as adults that emotions are so much more complex than being happy, sad, or mad. In 5th grade, students use the Mood Meter to label their emotion for that day or the week. They list something that they're looking forward to and set a goal. And we find that giving students the language to correctly identify their emotion helps them cope and navigate these emotions more effectively. So thank you for letting us share a little bit about our journey of empowering students through creating a sense of belonging. We do have just a few Jackson teachers in the audience tonight, and they really are the heart of this work. So I would like them to stand to be recognized for the work that they do every single day at Jackson to create a positive learning environment for all of our students. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and thank you to the teachers who came out. We appreciate all you do for our kids each day. Thank you so much. All right. Okay, so next we have public comment. We've allowed about 30 minutes for public comment. Up to 3 minutes per public comment concerning items on the agenda, as well as communication, petitions, reports from citizens or representatives of other public agencies. We'll give you so our board secretary will let you know when you have 30 seconds left, and we'll call the first speaker.
Nope, I'm just getting the clock up. Thank you. The first speaker is Chris Lamika.
Good evening. My name is Chris Lamika. I'm a father of a senior at York and an 8th grader at Sandburg. I'm here to voice my concerns about the January 7th article written in the DuPage Policy Journal regarding the performance decline in high school English standardized test scores. According to an analysis of the 2022 test scores data compiled by the Illinois State Board of Education, 57% of DuPage County's high school students failed the English and language arts portion of the SAT. Of all the high schools in DuPage, York experienced the most dramatic decline in student performance on the English portion of the SATs. Failure rates have risen 36% since 2019 at York. While the pandemic may have contributed to this decline, York's test scores continued to slide since reopening of the schools, while most other schools have experienced a rebound. Every school in DuPage experienced the same challenges as York, but our decline in test scores is double, if not triple, that of neighboring schools. Why is that? Beth Hustler, you have made comments during previous board meetings about 2 months ago downplaying the need for a focus on SAT and ACT scores, claiming that college admissions have gone test optional. This is only partially true. You ignore the fact that in order to receive merit-based scholarships, applicants are required to submit standardized test scores. Further, colleges and universities will be requiring SAT and ACT scores beginning again in 2025. So, as a member of the Strategic Planning Committee, I ask you directly, where is your urgency to remedy this downward trajectory? Are you planning to add this to the board goals portion of the strategic plan? Just 3 quick solutions that you might consider. Replace the current low-level reading and non-AP classes with rigorous grade-level texts. Review the assessments that are given in non-AP classes to ensure that there are objective summative assessments that assess the standards using grade-level texts. Offer freshman and sophomore students the option of taking courses that utilize classic literature, rather than the non-differentiated reading materials and thematic units that are currently offered. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker is John Sullivan.
John Sullivan. I sat through quite a few board meetings and listening to what's happened here. The last meeting was about the tax levy and with the percentage that was going to go up. It was going to go 5, and now I'm hearing 6.7%. And then another speaker got up and said this is going to increase taxes by $2,000 on average over 4 years, which I'm like, that could impact a lot of people, and I think it needs to be looked at. So one of the means I'm looking at this money going, where's this money going? What's your goal? How are we going to use this? It's very general, very open, no idea. And if I look at this, I sat here and I said, I listened to an administrator say 98% of the students are passing, 98%. Man, that's awesome. But then you look at the proficiency scores, it doesn't match that 98%. We're down at 50% or lower. So where's this money going? How are you going to use it? It's not clear. Very general, very open, right? You don't explain where it's going to go. While there's a lot of good going on, and the kids are here, awesome, fall sports, great accolades going on, positives. But we got to grow. So when I had Coach Collins used to pull in his athletes in, recruits every year. He laid out all his accolades, trophies, everything else. And he said, you're here for education because this will end. He was a basketball coach, but his freshman year, he goes, you're not here to play basketball, you're here to get an education and achieve. So he set the standard. He goes, all the trophies, accolades I have, this doesn't even buy me a Happy Meal at McDonald's. So you got to think about that. Where are these kids going when they leave? How successful are they going to be? So looking for suggestions, right? Tom Chavez gave you 6. He said, here it is, research, boom, laid it out. Bill Sullivan from Conrad Fisher came in here and said, hey, our school was down at level 2, rated 2. We brought it up to an 8 in 2 years. Fantastic. Ben Sullivan came and said, hey, here's the reading and literacy. Here it is, all the research. All you have to do is look at it. Not one phone call. So when we look at this and we say, hey, who's in charge? So I went and said, well, who's the best? Because as a former coach, you go look at the best and what they're doing. District 21 and 57 rated number one, number 2 in 2019.
30 seconds.
Okay? They were 85% reading proficiency. District 205, 2019, 153. That was the source from the report card. So are we doing our best? Tell us where this money's going. How are you going to use it? Why are you asking for more money? I'm still not clear on your goals. Too open-ended, and we got to see it. So just think about that and maybe post it on the front page so people can see how you need this money and how it's going to make it better. Are you changing your plan? Okay? So just stuff to think about, and I look forward to hearing more clarification on where you want to go.
Thank you. Next speaker is Tom Chavez.
Hi, good evening. My name's Tom Chavez, parent of the district, candidate for school board. Today I want to discuss what a lot of other people are discussing, the recent 5% tax increase that sounds like it's going to be more, proposed by the administration, approved by the board December. As a parent, I fully support and believe wholeheartedly, as a parent, I support our schools, believe wholeheartedly that it's important that they are provided adequate funding and resources to accomplish the mission of educating our children and producing academic excellence. I also understand the importance of running a taxpayer-funded operation in the best interest of its constituents and utilizing taxpayer funds transparently, resourcefully, and responsibly. Parents and community stakeholders rely on our elected school board members to represent their best interests. The board should be my advocate and the community's advocate and be the check and balance to the administration. Regarding the tax levy, every board member should have thoroughly understood it before voting on it. Every board member should have made their case for their vote to the community to reassure taxpayers that it was absolutely necessary to increase taxes. Unfortunately, Jim Collins was the only board member to vote no. The rest of the board, including incumbent candidates Courtney Troutman and Beth Hausler, went along and rubber stamped it without an explanation or demonstrating to constituents that they fully understood the financial need and the necessity, or more importantly, how it impacts our community. District 205 strongly promotes equity and inclusion as a center of gravity for its education platform. When Mr. Welton and the administration proposed raising taxes by the maximum amount, did they consider the impact on everyone in the community? Using 40-year high inflation as a reason for a maximum tax increase is short-sighted, and it shows little regard for the lower income or middle class residents in our community. I want to talk around that a little bit and think about, did Mr. Welton talk about inflation cycles? How long do they last? A year, 2 years, 3 years, 5 years? What is it, right? Costs for residents in our community are going up. Food, gas, services. And at the same time, from the beginning of the year, 2022, to the end of the year, the Fed raised interest rates aggressively, right? You're a finance guy. Why did they do that? They did that to bring prices down. So housing in Elmhurst has become less affordable, mostly to the most vulnerable people in our community, the people who are struggling to stay here to keep their kids in the school. Raising taxes, right, while mortgage rates are going up significantly is making housing less affordable. right, to people that want to come here, bring their kids here. Families that want to come to Elmhurst that are young families aren't going to come here because the average home price now is beyond reach.
3 minutes, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. The board does not respond at this time, but administration or the board will follow up as appropriate. All right, let's move on with our agenda. We have approval of board meeting minutes. December 13th, approval of regular board meeting minutes from December 13th, 2022. Did anybody have any changes? Then, no. Then those minutes stand as presented. And item B, approval of closed session minutes, December 13th, 2022. Those stand as presented. All right. Tonight we have 4 presentations. So we'll begin with the summer programs 2023 overview. Oh, Mr. Baker. Welcome back.
Hello again. Long time no see. All right. I'm assuming this will work, hopefully, yes. We'll find out. All right. Well, hello everyone, hello again. Thank you for having me here again tonight to present an overview of our summer programs for 2023. District 205 is committed to offering robust summer programming for meeting the academic and social and emotional learning needs of all of our students. We achieve this through a diverse array of high-quality academic, athletic, and arts learning opportunities. All students have a place in District 205 summer programming. Let me say that one more time. All students have a place in District 205 summer programming. Interest and enrollment in summer programs was very strong last summer. As you may recall, we had over 3,600 enrollments across all programs last year. Under Dr. Rubenstein's leadership, and as he passed the baton to me, we collected feedback from program leaders, teachers, students, families, and other stakeholders to identify areas where we could build on the successes we already had, and also to identify opportunities to make improvements for our students, for our families, and for our stakeholders. For our students, we will continue to provide a variety of choices, and we will also be increasing our efforts to recommend students for our various academic-focused programs. And for families and other stakeholders, we'll be simplifying the registration process, adding clarity, and streamlining our overall timeline. In the next few minutes, I will present an overview of those programs, as well as their purpose, share our plans for measuring impact, and review next steps in the summer program rollout for 2023. First, let's take a look at our strategic plan to see how our summer programs are a natural extension of the priorities that we have already as a learning community. Specifically, strategic priorities 1 and 2, student success and the learning environment, speak to both the nature and the purpose of our summer programs. I took the liberty of calling out some of the phrases in bold because you'll see some of that language connected to specific programs over the next few slides. At a high level, here are the programs that District 205 is planning to offer again this summer to students in each grade band. As you'll see, students have the opportunity to participate in various academic, athletic, and arts opportunities to meet their needs and their interests. All of our academic programs are offered with the same purpose that you see here on this slide, providing students the opportunity to develop and maintain essential skills and content knowledge. This will help ensure their readiness to learn when school resumes again in the fall. Starting with Extended School Year, or ESY, this is offered to students based on their IEP. The impact for this program will be measured by IEP benchmarks and making progress on students' individual goals. ESY is funded through special education funds. In addition to ESY, we're excited to continue offering a variety of academic programs for students in all grades across the district. You'll notice on this slide, we'll be measuring the impact of these programs utilizing common assessments and benchmarks. Starting with Jumpstart, which is funded through Title I grants. This will be offered in August to recommended students in primary grades so that they can hit the ground running when school starts in the fall. Oracy will be offered to our students enrolled in dual language programs that will provide opportunities for them to have support and practice for their language acquisition. The Reach Summer Bridge programming is a self-paced program that has weekly office hours funded through Learning and Teaching, and this is offered to students who are new to Reach, or new to the Reach program, and it will help prepare them for Reach Math. Academic acceleration will be offered to recommended students from EC all the way through 8th grade who need some additional academic support. We've already started to engage school leaders to build a process and a timeline for how we're going to recommend and recruit students for this program. Acceleration will be primarily funded through ESSER, but additional funding sources will be considered depending on what enrollment looks like for this summer. Continuing with academic program offerings, these 3 programs will be offered to our York students, starting with Credit Recovery. This is a fee-based program, and it's for recommended students who need to retake a course. Impact will be measured by credits earned, by a student survey, and also by looking at subject area grades and PSAT suite benchmarks. The Freshman Bridge and Stretch Academies will provide targeted academic support to some of our recommended incoming freshmen. Impact will be measured by looking at spring IAR to PSAT benchmarks, as well as a student survey. Freshman academies are funded by the district. And the EL Academy, which will provide students in our high school EL program with targeted support in both language acquisition and core academic programs. Impact will be measured by access scores, and the EL Academy is funded by Title I. Students will also have the opportunity to participate in a diverse range of enrichment programs that will help them to explore their passion, their purpose, to develop relationships, and to master essential skills and content. This year, our enrichment programs will be fee-based. Starting with Academic Exploratory, these programs will provide open enrollment opportunities for students in grades K through 8 to participate in some learning experiences beyond what's offered during the regular school year, including some of our Project Lead the Way offerings and the LEGO series. Impact will be measured by pre- and post-assessments aligned to the course. The Academic Summer School program at York provides students the opportunity to fulfill some graduation requirements over the summer. This then opens up their schedule during the school year to either accelerate in that course sequence or to have opportunities to take additional electives. Impact will be measured by credits earned as well as by a course access student survey. And finally, we have athletic camps and fine arts courses that will be offered to students at a variety of grade levels. And impact for these programs will be measured by enrollment as well as by a family survey. So those are the programs we plan to offer this summer, which is very similar to the programs that we offered last summer, with the exception of a few small changes to individual courses within the broader programs that will be based on students' interests and based on enrollment. Our next step is to finalize course offerings within each program and to determine those associated costs. And once that is determined, the process then of opening up registration and communicating with the community will begin as we look forward to the first day of summer programs on Monday, June 5, 2023. Thank you all so much. I am happy to answer any questions you might have at this time.
Thank you so much. Beth?
Thank you, Patrick.
Sure.
I just had a few questions, and I love the enhanced summer programming. It really does, it does so many things for all of our students across the district in so many areas.
Yeah.
And addresses a lot of the challenges they might be having, but also allows them to take some things they would really love to take that they can't fit into their school year.
Yeah.
So that's my first question is, it's something we hear a lot is that we have all these fantastic electives at York and different career exploration courses that kids can take that are so valuable. this is a nice way for them to be able to take those courses over the summer if they can't fit them into their schedule for if they're involved in choir or band and orchestra. We hear that it's difficult for kids to fit those electives they'd love to take into their schedules. So how do we assess what electives we offer? Like, do we ever survey students or just find out what courses are most popular that they would like to take over the summer?
I think that's definitely something we could explore. Currently, our focus has been to look at summer programming as a way to get graduation requirements out of the way, and also then to allow students to accelerate some of the course sequences that we offer so that they can then take those courses during the school year. So that's been our focus up to now, but certainly that's something that we can examine and see. Take back to our teams and say, let's take a closer look at this and see if there's something we might want to change with our summer program offerings.
Great, thank you.
Yeah.
And then you talked about a new registration system. And I know that's been kind of stressful in the past, so I was wondering if you could talk about that a little bit, because that's exciting.
Sure, absolutely. So we've been working very closely with our friends in the business office, who've been amazing, as well as in a tech department, to really look at what does the process look like? What are some areas where we can really be more targeted and eliminate some possible areas for confusion? So, looking at some of our students who we know we want to, who we sort of pre-identify, if you will, to be able to roll out opportunities for them and send them the specific pathway to register for those courses, rather than just saying, here's the link, go find, fill in the blank, but to really be more targeted. And so that's really the major way that we're going to do that.
That's great.
Yeah.
Great.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Sure.
And then the last thing, I know that we are offering we're now offering the Kaplan program to our juniors for SAT prep at York High School to try to help increase those scores for students. And I was just thinking that it might be nice to have something like that, SAT prep offered in our summer courses as well for some in-person options. So that's just a thought.
That's definitely something we can examine.
Great. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Thank you, of course.
Just for students who are recommended to take a summer course,
Yeah.
do you know what the uptake rate is on that? And then just historically, is there evidence that it's helpful in terms of them recovering and either passing a class they didn't pass the first time, or other data there?
So probably two parts to that. One would be with specifically the credit recovery program. And so that's data that we could definitely pull and look at York. But also looking at K through 8 and the students that we're recommending, that's an area that we know we need to do, is to look at students who are recommended for some of those programs, then who choose to participate in those programs, and then looking at how is that helping them, next fall, for instance, with their benchmarks or whatever the case may be. That's pretty much, you hit the nail on the head, exactly what we know we need to do more of.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd just be interested if, has the uptake rate increased, decreased, do we have a goal for that? I think that'd be a good thing to pursue.
Yeah, they can look at that. Thank you.
So just a quick, okay, go ahead. Just a quick question.
Yeah.
Well, first, one thing I want to point out that you were able to fill positions to make summer programming happen last year, which was huge. And, just think that that's important to point out, because we can't have summer programming without staff.
Absolutely.
So
Absolutely.
thank you for doing that. This question is probably for Mr. Welton, but can you remind how much of this is covered out of ESSER funds? And how much are we absorbing?
So we are probably close to $50,000 this summer will be accounted for out of ESSER funds, give or take some of that money. But that's a rough estimate, back of the envelope. We are still going back and forth about a couple of things in terms of where transportation costs came out of which budget last summer. So, yes.
So is it fair to assume that as if we continue with the robust offerings that we are offering, we will need to begin absorbing that cost as ESSER funds.
Very much so, because, for example, last summer, we spent $200,000 out of ESSER for our robust summer offerings. So having $50,000 to spend out of ESSER funds is going to be putting more burden on the people who are paying for the programs.
Okay, thank you. Mrs. Troutman?
Yeah, thank you. And I just wanted to kind of piggyback off of Chris's question. Of the students that we're kind of targeting and recommending to take the summer programming, how many of them actually register? I mean, I know we only have one summer worth of data, but how many of those kids are actually registering? And I also would like to see the data from last summer about how impactful the programming is, especially when we're talking about, you know, in the future, next summer or moving forward, those funds will have to come out of our budget. So if we could, I know you don't have them in your back pocket.
I don't.
But if you can make that data available to us, I'd appreciate it.
Okay.
I really just want to thank you, because I think about looking at this presentation from 3 years ago when my oldest started going to York, and how this has morphed into something so focused and targeted for the kids that need it most and offering the most opportunities. I just appreciate all the work that's gone into it. And it's always that catch-22. When you see something great, you want something more. And so I do echo Mrs. Hostler's sentiments about what more we can do, because I think families are craving it. I mean, they love the interaction in the summer. So thank you.
For sure. Thank you.
Okay, anybody else? Mrs. Stufen?
I do have one. Typically, I mean, yeah, we've expanded the summer school, and I think last year we said it was fabulous, and this looks very similar, and so great job. I, too, would like the outcomes, because that's the key, right? Because we want the students to feel as though they're progressing and growing at grade level or more, and achieve their potential.
Absolutely.
Typically, or in the past, prior to last year, summer school was always at Fisher and York, right? Is this the second year that it's at Edison and Lincoln? Well, it couldn't have been at Lincoln last year. I just want, give me a sense of, it looks as though for the elementary school, summer school is at a different location than it has traditionally been, and kind of talk me through that.
Yeah, I think we've moved around a little bit over the last couple of years. A big part of that is our construction schedule and which buildings are available to us and which ones are not. And another, that's probably the critical factor. And I would say another factor would be in terms of, you know, the size of any of our given programs, particularly as we look at K-5 offerings. Can we fit all of that into a single school, or do we need to have multiple sites? So those are the things that we're really looking at as we're making those decisions of which facilities will we use. For example, this summer we don't have any middle schools available to us because of the construction schedule. So just to kind of put that into context. So it does move around a little bit based on that. Yeah.
And do we know ahead of time where the majority of the students were? I think that's why it was at Fisher in the past. And I'm just wondering about transportation costs or increase of that. I'm just trying to get a sense of, in the past, we have focused a lot of summer school at Fisher based on student need.
Yeah.
And I want to make sure that if we still have a large group of students from Fisher that need the services, how are we accommodating them now that it's not at Fisher? I guess we didn't talk about that last summer, and I'm just trying to get a sense of that, to be even more direct in a concern that I have to make sure.
Yeah.
How are we accommodating that?
Definitely. Fisher is impacted this summer. Obviously, we can't use Fisher because of construction. But definitely as we start to look at transportation, that'll be a key area. And also as we look at communicating with those students and with their families and really encouraging them and making the path as smooth as possible for them to be able to participate.
I think I would just add to that
Please.
Last year we also talked a lot about making sure that we had summer school options for students regardless of where they fail academically within tiers. And so historically, we did focus very specifically on the academic aspect of summer school with targeting particular students that needed additional academic support, which we are still doing that, and I think we're doing that even more intentionally because of the robust data that we now have provided.
Definitely.
But last year, we also made it a point to make sure that we expand to enrichment opportunities, to exploratory opportunities, also in alignment with the work that we're doing in our strategic plan. And so I think that speaks to why historically, maybe there was a concentration at a particular school last year due to the need that so many of our students coming off of the pandemic, the ESSER funds allowed us to really specifically provide funding in our summer school program, which is a part of our plan of extending the academic offerings, not only targeted academic offerings, but those also for enrichment and for acceleration. And so due to that, the amount of students we're now serving in our summer school increased the enrollment, which then also gave us an opportunity to be creative with our facilities and what facilities we have available to use.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Yep.
Thank you.
All right, next presentation is the bus transportation presentation.
Yes, as you know, we have two bus contractors. We have regular education is with First Student, and our special ed busing contract is with Cottage Hill. And we tried to jump on talking about next year's contract with the bus companies early so that we could have this presentation tonight so the board could review and discuss the contracts and not have to take action tonight. And we'll have, these contracts will be for approval next month in February. But it's been a challenging time for student transportation. The labor shortage has really hit hard with bus drivers. It's been very difficult to attract and retain bus drivers in order to bring our students to school every day. And last year, First Student, the bus contract, again, it was an effort. The increase last year was a 17% increase with First Student, and that was driven towards salaries and benefits and hours and ways to attract and retain bus drivers. And they are constantly in a recruiting cycle at the bus companies, training bus drivers. So that is the real challenge with bus contracts right now, and school districts across the country are struggling with bus contracts and transportation. We've worked collaboratively with First Student and Cottage Hill to try to find ways to make sure that we get our students to school on time. But, you know, there's a staff shortage, and sometimes, you know, we've had to have a bus route, run one route and go back and get a different route because they didn't have enough drivers. But we've been working really hard, and the First Student has been working very hard at recruiting and continuously recruiting and training drivers. So this year, First Student is proposing a 12% increase in the bus contract, and Cottage Hill is also at 12%, and then they had a few small other changes related to charter rate for Cottage Hill and for the special movement rate with Cottage Hill. Those are smaller line items, but overall 12% or a 12% is the increase on the route rates for both contractors. Any questions on the bus contracts?
Yeah, I had a few, Chris. So you mentioned last year it was 17%, right? Was the number. So was that coming off? Because remind me during COVID what we did there. There was no services, but we still paid out 80% of the prior. So is the 17% kind of coming off of the COVID lower rate, or was that sort of already normalized and then up 17%?
Right, the 17% was on top of the normal rate, route rate that they provided.
Okay, so not off of the depressed number
No.
from COVID. Okay. And sort of before this period, what would be a normal rate of increase we've seen from these folks over the years?
Frequently, I would try to get it at or near the CPI at the time, which, you know, on average was about 2%. So we were normally getting 2 to 4% increases from the bus companies over the years. But then the last few years has been the much larger increases because of the labor shortage.
Right. And then I assume not, but are there peers of ours who insource this type of service? Or is basically everybody outsourcing?
There are peers of ours that in service. But that is a challenge. I know that I've talked to some of them recently where they're really struggling to buy new buses. The bus market to purchase a bus is like doubled or tripled to buy a bus, along with all of the administration related to hiring and HR functions related to drivers. Hiring a professional national bus company, I think, helps a lot with attracting and retaining drivers, and plus their expertise in the transportation market. The companies that do it, or the districts that do it in-house, have administration and staff directly related to student transportation, where in Elmhurst, it's me and my assistant really that handle the day-to-day operating, talking to the bus companies with the operating just everyday bus routes.
Okay, understood. And then last question, just, I mean, any general comments on other parts of the cost structure that are seeing this type of pressure? I mean, is this like the highest line item, or are there other things that are double-digit type growth right now?
Well, I definitely think we've talked before about health insurance is a real concern right now. Health claims in the district are definitely up. We had a 6.5% premium increase. We're self-insured. Then that increase was based on July to June, but it increases in January. But since that renewal information from last July to June, claims have continued to escalate. And so we're seeing, and I'm concerned that the 6.5% increase that we have starting in January it might not be enough, because the health claims, and I think a lot of it, and I think a lot of districts are seeing increases in health insurance because there were a lot of outpatient procedures that people held off on during the pandemic, and so a lot of claims, along with just regular medical escalation, prescriptions are double digits, and just sometimes health claims just go in cycles, and you have a bad bad period of health claims. So health insurance is an area that it's definitely concerned. We've talked before about the nurses, that the hospital is not going to renew the contract with the district. So bringing the nurses in-house is another area that we could be facing double digits as well.
Right, that's helpful context.
Chris, just a question, you might have spoken to this before, but are we seeing this general 12% increase with the competition also? You know, other bus providers that are out there, what does that look like with other companies or other school districts?
I do think we're one of the first to be talking about bus contracts, but when I talk to the contractors, this is looking to be standard. I know that we talked to a colleague recently that went out to bid, and they only got one bid back, and it was their current contractor, and it was a 22% increase. And you know, in talking to the bus companies, they did think that we would get a much bigger increase if we went out to bid. I do think that this is going to be, and I think one of the bus companies said to me that they thought all districts will be seeing double digits increases this year.
Yeah, so I'm going back to just kind of stating for the community what is in your memo about the size of the contract, which in 2022, it looks like the district paid for a student about $3.4 million. So we're talking about a hefty contract size here. And that increase that you are, that we have an approximate increase or proposed increase of 12%, looks like it's about a $432,000 increase in that budget item, right?
That is correct,
Okay,
for first student.
I just want people to understand what the quantity is that we're talking about and the size of the expenses that we're seeing these large increases in. Thank you.
I'll be a broken record from last year, but I think especially after seeing 2 years of double-digit increases, I know that it's difficult to find drivers and all that sort of stuff. But it's even more critical now that we manage the bus capacity. Do we need the routes that we have? How full are they? Are they full all year? You know, all of that utilization to somehow, you know, manage it more tightly. And then secondly, our performance metrics for them. Is there anything that we think that we should increase, make stronger, whatever? That's what I would suggest.
I'll look into the performance metrics. We do run very close to capacity measures in a lot of our routes, but I will see if I can look into performance measures with the contracts. We do have some provisions in the contract, but I'll see if I can work on that a little bit.
Clarification, do we have more utilization in the winter versus the summer or spring? Spring versus winter? Specific question. Yeah, you got it.
Yeah, I do think that is a true, that normally we run more full or, you know, more closer to capacity, more students taking the buses in the winter.
So is there an opportunity for us to have something different in those down times or not? And I know it's complicated, Chris, so I know you won't have an answer, but I'm just trying to be creative. I mean, instead of just saying, okay, you know, not what can we do, you know, keep increasing as much as you want because our hands are tied. I don't want to take that perspective. I want to say maybe we start doing something different, like when we started refinancing the bonds when nobody else saw that happening. But you know what I mean? So I'm just trying to help us be creative in these times where we have families that are struggling. I know there's some families that aren't, but it's not all of our families. And I
guess
think we
is it-
need to be responsible with how effective or efficient we're managing our contracts or, different things. So I'm just trying to put some ideas out there. They might not be the right ideas, but to have us start thinking.
So I guess the question is, in the spring and fall, what is the complexity in combining routes to lessen the number of buses out there? Does that kind of, as a suggestion? I imagine it would
Some
be.
kids, some days they use it, some days they don't.
Because just in the fall, I heard from parents in the community about, late buses and loss of learning time. So I would be hesitant about that, but I think it's certainly, I'm all about creative ways to explore a problem.
So to that, you have the conversation to say, okay, so we don't want to decrease the buses, but how do we then hold the busing companies more accountable so that they're not late and miss school or hours of school?
Yeah, I'm all about
That's performance. So those are the sorts of conversations that we should be having.
I will work on that with both companies to see if we can put in some performance measures.
And Chris, I know that we can also add that currently, because of our construction work and us having to provide bus routes in ways that actually exceed our normal bus routes, we have learned a lot from that experience. With the timing, with the additional bus routes that we had to add as well as combining due to the shortage of bus drivers on the bus end, them being creative about having bus drivers run routes and then come back and pick up additional routes. And internally, one of the things that I do want to give a nod to Chris and the team, as he mentioned, is him and his assistant that runs that, is the amount of communication that has to happen between the bus company as well as the school district to make sure that we, as best and as efficiently as possible, get communication out to parents and families that are waiting on that bus and depending on that bus, particularly for working, families for pickup. And so we internally even started, when we started earlier this year, started to see some concerns come up about pickup times, started to internally track that information and that data. And so we were using that because there are trackers on the buses, collecting that information internally. So I want to say that the ask of the performance metrics, I think we started that work, and Chris, I just wanted to make sure that we verbalize that there is intentionality of looking and utilizing current data that we have in the bus routes and the changing of the bus routes and the adding the bus routes to see how do we continue to provide the level of service that our community requires and demands as it relates to student transportation.
Yeah, and I agree with that. And we share with the bus companies because, it's 17% and 12% increase.
Yep.
You got to expect those conversations in business.
Absolutely. So I want to just nod to agreement with that and how we've started to internally address that in those conversations. So we can definitely follow back up and just really blow that out to be a lot more consistent and clear about what those will be. Thank you.
And just that we're a public school, so we have to provide busing. Because we have people who say, why can't you just get rid of busing, right? Which would be a huge savings. But we are required by law to provide busing as a public school. So I know that seems ridiculous to say, but, we do just think it's good to clarify. So we have to figure out a way to navigate the increasing costs and still provide the service to students. All right, anything else? Okay, what are we on? We are on the audit. Can we take a 5-minute break before the audit? 5 minutes? All right, 5 minutes. 5 minutes, and then we'll do the audit. Have the annual audit review, which is all available in board docs. The board has a paper copy. And before I turn it over to you, just, if you want to know about our district, there is a lot in here. So it's a great resource. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to you. Or maybe you need the introduction from Mr.
So we have Andy Mace and Scott Denzer here from Whipley. They are the board's auditors. And I'll turn it over to Andy.
Thanks, Chris. So, yeah, Andy Mace here. I'm retiring at the end of May. And so we've been transitioning this engagement over to Scott, one of my partners who's been doing this almost as long as I have. But sitting in the stands here, I was reflecting back. I've been part of the district's audit on and off for over 30 years, believe it or not. But I've always, and I came out tonight just to thank you because I've always valued as a client of mine because of your excellent organizational attitude towards controls and financial management. And it's always been an excellently well-run district, and I've been proud to associate myself with it. So with that, thank you, and I'm going to turn it over to Scott.
All right, thanks for having me. I guess I have some big shoes to fill coming up here, but I've been with Klein Hall for prior to Whitley with Klein Hall for about 15, 16 years before this. So I actually worked with the district 12 or 13 years ago. I think I was doing field work for the district, and then it's nice to be back. It's nice to come back. I just want to go over some things about the annual comprehensive financial report that we prepared. This is the gold standard of financial reporting. It's got the most complete information that a district can provide to its community in it. So it's not required to be done by the regulatory bodies, but it is something to be proud of, that you take the time to put it together so you can provide all the transparent information that you can to the community. Just wanted to go over a couple of new things in the report. It should look very similar to what you've seen in the past. There are a couple new things, other than I think there's a new cover page on this, but they changed the format of the audit opinion. We're still providing an unmodified or clean opinion, which means that we believe these financial statements are fairly stated in all material respects, but they did change the format a little bit if you read through it. And that's on page 1 of the thing. They expanded the responsibilities section, the management responsibilities, and especially the auditor responsibilities related to different areas, internal controls and such. So that's something new. It doesn't affect the financial statements, but it's just a new, more complete or transparent statement of the opinion. The other thing that changed this year, there was a new governmental accounting standard, a new GASB standard 87 that was implemented. This had to do with leases and how they are reported in the financial statements. There's not a distinction now between capital operating leases. Everything's a lease, and they are discounted and reported as long-term debt. There was a slight adjustment, I believe, to the beginning balances. There's more information on that in the debt footnote. That's on page 37 of the financial statement, so you'll see a little bit different reporting and a little bit different note disclosure related to the leases. So those are really the big changes this year. There's going to be some new, a couple new standards, or one new standards coming up next year, so we'll work with the district administration to get those booked because we need to keep following up, be up to date on those so we can issue the unmodified opinion. Proud to say that the last year report was submitted to ASBO International. They reviewed the report for their Certificate of Awards program. The district has, again, received the Certificate of Excellence in Financial Reporting for putting together this comprehensive report. We expect to have the 2022 report. When that's submitted, we expect to get that award again. We believe all the correct and information is presented in the right manner and the correct format to get that award again. In addition to the annual comprehensive financial report, I just want to make sure that all board members got there's some required communication letters that are part of the audit that all the board members should have. There's some internal letters related to internal control. There's a management letter and such, so all board members should have received a copy of those. And there's also a regulatory report we file with your regulatory body, which is ISBE. It's a standardized report that all districts in Illinois fill out, submit to ISB, so ISB can gather all the data and do comparisons and such. So we have completed that, and that has been submitted to ISBE. So their regulatory requirements with them are satisfied. I'd be glad to take any questions about me or the audit report if you have any. I just want to take the time to thank Chris and his staff that being so prepared and helpful. They were very helpful in providing information that we requested in a timely manner. That's always appreciated. Makes the process go extremely smooth. They respond to inquiries fast, so that's great. That helps the process. I see this as sort of a partnership. You know, we have to work together. It's a big report to put together. There's a lot to go in it. So we need that open communication and working together to get it done and to get the best result possible. So I just want to make sure I did thank them.
I'm just curious, when you, relative to the clients that you work with or your firm works with, how do you assess the adequacy of our reserves at the moment? Is it, do you feel like our reserves are sort of in the middle of the range, high end, low end?
I think the reserves, when I was looking at, this morning, preparing to come here, they seem very comparable and adequate. There's a difference in the way the district reports their early taxes in there. They do it in the revenue recognition of it. They report those, they defer those early taxes. That's a little bit different than a lot of different districts do it. I believe it's a more conservative approach and a better approach because it actually shows that those taxes are going to be used for the next period. So that when you compare that to other districts and take that into consideration, I think your balances are comparable and adequate right now. There is a lot of potential costs and liabilities out there related to pension, OPEB liabilities that are currently the state's responsibility, so to say, that, I don't know if there's been ever any talk of that or any talk of a pension shift, but you always have to be careful of that. So you can't run them down too low. You don't want to do that. You don't want to get into a situation where you have to do short-term borrowing or be trying to catch up because that is bad. That'll hurt your mission and your students going forward. But I think, like I mentioned, that these are comparable and adequate at the present time.
Okay, thank you.
To that last conversation, I noticed the ISB recommended one of our policies tonight that, we're adopting it tonight, but all the districts got the press recognition or recommendation to share the cash flow balances. To that point, I'm wondering why they're doing that. Do you have any insight? You talk about the pension shift, et cetera. Yeah. Is there anything behind why they're asking districts to share what that cash balance is and specifically signify it? We always share our fund balance. So I just, while we're talking.
I'm unfamiliar with the specific
Okay.
policy that you are referring to. Andy, do you have?
Yeah, the only thing I can think of is that it's like the point you made, for districts that are deferring their first installment taxes, their cash balances may be higher, but their fund balance is lower. So in order to make that comparable to a district that recognizes it currently, they would need to know what the cash balances are.
Thank you.
Sorry. Do you see, in your work with other districts, do you see any that run their fund balance down to, like 5 to 10% of their annual budget? Or what's kind of your, you said, like, do you have a, where you kind of see most districts land that's healthy, adequate? Thank you.
That's an individual decision. And that's going to be affected too, like we just mentioned, how your revenue recognition policy is. Now, the way you recognize revenue, your fund balances go extremely low in June because you're deferring the whole levy. Most districts, they recognize that early revenue, the property taxes that come in May and June in that current year. So that increases the fund balance where for you guys, it's a liability. So for another district, policy might be 30% because of the way they're recognizing the revenue. Now remember, this has no effect on your cash balances either way. Your cash is your cash. The way you guys do it, which I think is really the appropriate way, you can get down to that low, 5 or 10%. But like I said, it's a revenue recognition. So it's how each district recognizes their revenue and what they feel comfortable with, too. Like I said, I think when I look at this and compare it to other districts around similar size, similar types, I think they're. I don't think they're excessive. That's for sure. But and I think they don't. There was some. It looked like there's some deficit spending this year. In some of the funds, something to be cognizant of moving forward. You can't continually to deficit spend, but it's been, for the past 2 or 3 years, it's been a pretty wild ride here. It seemed like a couple years ago when COVID hit, districts were saving money because they weren't expending much. And then they got a whole influx of ESSER money, so fund balances were going up. It's sort of reversing now with inflation costs. So inflation, rising costs. I think ESSER is going to go down a little bit. That's something to be, to watch out for. You're going to get pressures on your fund balance because of those things.
Can I get your opinion regarding some of the risks that get pointed out to us? For about 10 years, more than that, I think we've been hearing about pension shift, and I think that has been a very real risk coming out of the legislature. I mean, where do they go? But the organizations in the state that have money, and those are Collier County suburban school districts. But my understanding is the last couple of years, the state of Illinois has gotten something like $168 billion from the U.S. government. And I believe our governor is touting that the state of Illinois' finances have not been in better shape for something like 30 years. I would think that we would owe a lot of that to that $168 billion cash inflow from the federal government. Do you think that mitigates the risk of pension shifts and all these other things the state legislature hangs over school districts' heads?
I really don't know. I'm not sure. If the state of Illinois gets a large influx of money, that's sort of, I think the governor and the state sort of piecemeal that out to different projects and where it wants to go. I don't know how to answer that question. Andy, do you have any?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, certainly those funds wouldn't be available to dump into the pension funds, but more so than TRS, what worries me, I think, is THIS, is because I think you're contributing about 1.24% of credible earnings right now. That doesn't have the pension behind it, doesn't have the constitutional issues behind it. I could see the state bumping that up before anything else, and that could get to be significant over time.
And that's a larger
That's
lie.
another good reason to have fund balance, because you need fund balance for cash flows, you need fund balance to provide money for capital items that you don't want to bond for. You need fund balance for any curveballs the state may throw your way, or late payments, or any additional requirements. And you need fund balance to handle this potential projected difference between capped tax monies and our inflationary costs. So there's lots of good reasons to have fund balance. I'm not sure if that addresses your question entirely, but I see THIS as more of a risk than the pensions.
So you think that cash inflow into the state really hasn't mitigated those risks? State current on their bills, they no longer have the enormous backlog they used to. State pension funds have never been in better shape, or I don't know about never, but certainly the last 30 years.
See the unfunded pension liabilities continue to rise. So
Yeah.
I don't know how we can say the pensions haven't been in better shape.
For the TRS and the THIS, the OPEB, those are, and TRS is under 50% funded. Now, it's a different story for IMRF. IMRF is, they're in, most districts, they're in great shape. A lot of them have net pension assets. But for the TRS pension, for the teacher's pension, that's the one that's funded at, I believe the last actuarial year was fiscal year 2021. It was funded at 45.1%. And that's a cost-sharing plan, so that's across all districts. It's the same funding rate. And there's nothing you can do about.
Right, yeah, exactly. And as you point out, that's a constitutional issue funded by the state of Illinois, not local school districts.
That's right, you have no control.
One thing I just wanted to say real quick is that there is quite a lot of transparency on the financial position of the district and its operations in this report. And I know a lot of constituents bring up they want more transparency into what we're doing and things like that. And it is a bit of a dry read, but there's a lot of information that we do put out, and I think it is more than what is customary for public school districts in our state. So I would encourage people to at least reference it. You could word search it, stuff like that. But I think Chris and his team are doing a good job of putting all this information out
there.
there.
About 40 or 50 districts in the state that go through the effort of preparing that level of report.
Yeah. And if I can make a suggestion too, if you don't want to read the whole report, there's a section up front starting on page 4. It's called the Management Discussion and Analysis. It's about 8 to 10 pages long. It's a little bit of narrative, some financial information, gives a read like an overview of the district from the past year to the current year, the changes. I'd recommend giving that a read if you don't want to go through all 120 pages or so.
I'm sorry, who wouldn't want to go through the whole 120 pages?
I'm just a suggestion. I know there's people that like to overachieve. But I do appreciate you having me. I look forward to working with the district again in the future. And I think I'm looking forward to a great partnership moving forward.
Thank you. Thank you for all your years.
Welcome. Thanks.
So, and then we'll see you. Yeah, congratulations on your retirement. And thank you to the finance department for doing this. Like, this is excellent to be able to show the community that this is what's happening with their money. Okay, I think there's no other questions, so thank you so much.
Have a good rest of the meeting.
Okay. Next, then, is the abatement presentation, again from Finance.
Thank you. So Elizabeth Hennessy could not be here this evening. She has another board meeting that she had previously committed to. So I am going to do the honors on this abatement discussion. And so similarly to our previous discussions about the bus contract, and then the auditor kind of talked about it a little bit too, the high inflation and labor shortage and supply chain result in concern over significant increases in expenditures in the future. I discussed earlier the health insurance claims, and also we are transferring out of the operating for the additional scope in our construction projects in order to result in additional capacity for our students. In this presentation, we have some assumptions in the tax extension slides. So in the slides, for calculation purposes, we do not include reassessment growth and property tax base. The new property growth is estimated at 50 million in levy years 22 and then 30 million annual thereafter. Those are kind of based on history. CPI of 5% in 22, this current levy that we just had. And then again in 2023, we know that it will be 5% again for next year's levy. And then 3% and then 3% in 24 and 2% thereafter. Those are estimated really with, no real good, those are just kind of guesses. We don't know where inflation is going to go beyond we know it's 5% in 2023. 3%, that might be a little low in 24, but that's the estimate we have right now. Then debt service payments include all the outstanding bonds plus 1%, the loss collection from DuPage County, and a placeholder for future non-referendum bonds starting in 2026. And the deadline for the resolution is February 28th, 2023 for the 22 levy. So this first option here that we're showing, this option is no abatement. And it's kind of hard to see the numbers on the screen, but the key numbers here that I look at are the debt service. In the debt service column, you can see the yellow highlight in the middle of the page, but it's that debt service column there where last year's debt service was $15,885,664. With no abatement, it would go to the $16,423,000. That is what was approved in the referendum, and that debt service from $15,885,664 to the $16,423,106. That is an increase of $537,442, or 3.4%. And so that is option one. Basically, that debt service will go, and we know that $16,423,106, that is the peak amount of debt service in the referendum as scheduled. And then on the next slide is the option two. And so again, I'm focused on that middle column with the highlight. So the $15,885,664, if we abate the increase of $537,442, that would keep the debt service extension exactly the same from last year to this year with the $537,442 abatement. That is option two. Then in option 3, we, and again, I'm focused on that middle column of debt service. The abatement would be $969,348. That brings that debt service amount down to the same amount that it is in 2026. So so we bring it down to $15,453,758, and that's kind of where the debt service plateaus and kind of is flat from 2026 out into the future. So that's kind of why we targeted the $15,453,758. We looked for where does the debt service kind of really flatten and stay all the way out into the future. And so we targeted that 2026 debt service extension at $15,453,758. So that is an abatement of $969,348. So option 1 has the debt service extension increasing 3.4%. Option 2 has the debt service extension staying flat from last year to this year. And then in option 3, the debt service extension is going down $431,906, or it's going down to by 2.7%. And in these bars, just to make sure that you understand in these slides, the bars, the purple represents the operating portion of the bill. That's the larger part of the tax bill. The little green bars at the top are the debt service extension portion of the bill. So the total bill is increasing, but when you it's hard to see that the green amount stays very flat in these slides. And then in this last slide, it's kind of a summary of, so what this last slide shows is that with no abatement, the bill on a $500,000 house, the Elmhurst 205 portion of the bill is $7,614. With option 2, with the abatement of the $537,442 amount, that reduces the bill by $28 to $7,586. And then in option 3, the $7,614 bill is reduced to $7,563, or a reduction of $51. So that's really the presentation on the options related to the abatement. So I will open it up to questions at this time.
Okay, thank you. Committee, Mrs. Troutman?
Thanks, Chris, and thanks to Elizabeth for the information, because it was really, I know the graphs and the charts are very hard to read from up here, but it did provide very clear comparisons when looking at what our 3 options are, right, that are laid out. And I also want to thank Kara and this board for committing to having this discussion every single year, because every single year things change, and I think it's important that we make this decision independently about where we are right now, not where we might be in 3 years, or so I think that is really important. I feel, in my opinion, this board has been incredibly financially responsible, and that we owe that to our taxpayers, and that's why it's so important to continue to have this discussion. Because, in my opinion, abatement is the way to give tax relief to our taxpayers. And that's why I want to continue to have this discussion every year. So I just have 2 questions. One's more of a clarifying, and then one's an ask. Thankfully, because of how responsible we were about issuing the new referendum bonds, when we were out talking to the community about the referendum, we had stated that we could expect that, the increase in taxes on a $500,000 house would be approximately $150. And because of how successfully we issued our bonds over the years, it's gotten down to $4 for a $500,000 house, or, approximately. So I just want to understand that, is the amount that we're discussing tonight to abate, does that cover the increase from the old bonds?
This includes all of the bonds.
So even the new ones that we issued on top of the old ones we're start paying out?
Correct.
The abatement's going to cover that?
Yes.
Okay. And then my second question is, of the districts are comparables? One question, really. Does anybody else abate?
So our comparable districts, I had a little survey of all of them. There are 8 including us, so 7 out of 8 levied to capture the full 5% cap. Geneva 304 was the only one that did not levy to capture the entire cap. And as far as abatement goes, only Naperville 203 is the only district in the comparable group that was doing an abatement. And his email kind of said there's a small debt service abatement that they do every year in Naperville 203. I don't have the amount for you.
Okay. Yeah, I'm in support of this, and we can have this discussion of what that looks like as far as our choices go, but I am in support of, issuing an abatement to keep, at the very least, keep it even. And just last thing that I'm thinking, and this is more of a clarification for me, when you said that, in that second option, oh no, I'm sorry, the third option, sorry, that 1543, you selected the year 2026 to compare it to, just because that's where you feel like from then out, we're going to be stable and there won't be any increases?
Correct.
So that would bring us to the most stable part of our bonds?
Correct.
Okay, all right. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I mean, so I'm in favor of pursuing an abatement as well. I'd like to discuss further the amount that we do. I could see us potentially doing something a little bit bigger than what's on here. That's kind of my conclusion. I am worried about the inflationary effects on our cost structure. So, I feel like I could pencil to 4 or 5% growth in operating expenses pretty easily, but I think that we have the balance sheet to try to even this out a little bit, because I know there's been a couple years of large percentage growth. So I'm in favor of it. I think we should look at maybe doing, the largest one on here is like $970K or something like that, I think. I'm not sure that that's the right number, if it should be something a little bit bigger than that, but that's my view. Thank you.
So the reason we kind of did these options was to really get to a plateau where we didn't want, if you do a larger abatement, you kind of end up with like a slingshotting up and down on tax bills. It's kind of the one drawback with abatement is you can end up with the spiking up and an inconsistent tax bill to taxpayers. So what we were looking at was trying to come to a kind of a consistent amount, and that's where we came up with the option 3. And in option 2, the idea was to keep it flat. So we were trying to avoid any spiking that can happen from abatements.
Can I clarify that, Chris?
Sure.
If you don't have a practice of abating year to year, which is probably why Naperville 203 does it year to year, so they don't see those fluctuations.
Mm-hmm.
And they have done the shift in the, not the auditing, but the cash basis.
Oh, yes, they
accounting
do. They
practices.
defer the June taxes as well.
Yeah, so, they have that money to play with, right? Be more responsible with, right? To do something like reduce the debt service, which is why we started having the conversations a while ago, and why we started to say abate, and why I will admit, I am pretty adamant about, you think about it longer term. You might look at it at the moment, but you also look at it longer term so you're not spiking. So just to clarify your point, 203 does that year to year, so they're not doing that to the taxpayers, which is why I've been. But still, I mean, I just want to clarify.
Yeah, I like the idea of getting us to this plateau, and if that 2026 amount of debt services is our goal and to stay at that plateau, I like the idea of discussing that and that being our goal. Because I do think once we plateau out, then the community knows how to prepare. And I don't think we take an extreme view, but I do think we tried, I like the goal of being there, of being in 2026, and then the community knows that that's where they're going to stay. And if we do that the next couple of years, then they now know that's where we're going. And so they can, anticipate that we would have this discussion, at least if I'm here next year, with that same goal in mind.
So I'd like to pursue that a little bit further. So if Chris is saying a little bit more, is there some way, I know you picked out 26. I know in the first time we had the conversation, we were trying to get it at year 2024, because that's when the old debt comes off. And we're whatever, years down the road, so I can see why it's a different year, which is 2026. But my question, let's see if I can be clear with it. Chris has said, I want to toy a little bit with, or have a conversation a little bit with Chris's idea and your response, which I don't want to mess with the taxpayers and have the spiking or this roller coaster for their taxes based on whether we abate or not. But is there another year that we can look at where it is smoother? Because that's what, I remember the first conversations, and it's been a while, so I don't, and this is not my background, so I don't know it off the top of my head. But that's what we were talking about, is how do we keep it flat for the taxpayer, but do something that we can afford? And I'm going with, like Chris saying, a little bit more. Do you see what I'm asking, Chris? So is there some way to say a little bit more than the less than $1 million? And do it and say, okay, well, I know you make the decision this year for an abatement, but we're going to look at it in a multi-year perspective so that we can keep it flat for the taxpayer, which is what our original conversations were how many years ago? Is there a possibility to do that?
Well, what we've done is we've said that the abatement decision is an annual decision because things change every year. And this is the way the county requires us to file it by February, the end of February every year. It's an annual decision. Every year, things change. We wouldn't have thought we would be here at, 3 years ago, we would have never guessed we were going to be having inflation at unprecedented high amounts with labor shortages. So I think doing it just annually, discussing it annually is the way to go. I think that the 2026 amount is, where it plateaus, and it's a very good target, and the debt service extension doesn't go up after that. And I think that's why Elizabeth decided on this option as the option that could be done. I mean, obviously, you would have to discuss each year on its own. But clearly, the next 3 years are about $500,000. Yeah. But in order to get to the 15,453. So, but I think that would result in very flat situation on the debt service extension base, a plateau, and kind of a soft landing spot is the option 3, would result in no spiking and would result in flat debt service.
And I think just, the only point I was making was that before we, if a majority of the folks want to pursue it, then I just think we should work together to refine the exact amount before we, put it up for a vote, because obviously, she chose a very specific figure there, and I just want to dig into that a little bit. So I'm not saying it's needs to be changed wholesale necessarily, but I just personally want to think about the amount a little bit further.
I just wanted to add that the conversation that we're having with Elizabeth and the rationale for these amounts also very much pairs with us being in unprecedented times. And I know that we are really analyzing and scrutinizing, for example, ensuring that we're maximizing all of our resources to make sure we continue to elevate outcomes for students. And so the amounts are taking into consideration some of the variables of the unknown as it relates to our programming, as it relates to trying to maintain a staffing model that continues to meet the needs of our students. And so, we had 2 objectives with coming up with these specific options. And one of them, as we've shared, is to try to create some level of consistency and leveling out for the taxpayer so that they don't see those immediate hikes and spikes and up and down as it relates to the reduction in the debt services, because we understand that we're at a peak of the time. We're at a peak for our bond, as well as we're seeing an unprecedented time in the CPI. So given that, I'm going to be honest, this conversation looked a lot differently this time last year. In terms of the options that the administration was willing to put forward. And I hope that you all see, as well as our taxpayers, as well as our community, that this is something that we feel will help to alleviate, given this perfect storm of timing, that it doesn't fall off into the 2024 school year. So trying to add some level relief. It is a year-to-year decision. Ms. Dufin, I know that is, sometimes hard and frustrating, because there's been past conversations that has looked at these decisions over what then, if we abate this year, what does that mean? Because then if not, to see that spike the next year, which we saw a little bit of that last year, right? Because we abated the year prior and then it spikes up. So how do we, create that leveling and that flattening out, which is what went into the conversations to bring forward the rationales today. So I just wanted to add that anecdote of also thinking about, just really trying to continue to be fiscally responsible in a time that we've never seen before, to be honest.
I also agree with Courtney that we've talked about this before, the importance of having these discussions, not just about the abatement, but all the areas of our finances on an ongoing basis. And as Dr. Campbell and her team are assessing all of our content areas and curriculum and resources, these are conversations that are going to change all the time, and we're going to have to look at the current situation and make the best decision that we can. I like the abatement to try to help alleviate some of the impact for our taxpayers. I like that it focuses on this high point in the bonds that we knew at the beginning of the referendum. We knew that this was going to be the high point, and we talked about then making a commitment to try to keep that as flat and level for our taxpayers as possible and alleviate the burden of the referendum bonds on them. And we have worked hard to do that by optimizing the timing of bond issuance and trying to keep those costs down for our taxpayers. So we have worked hard to do that along the way, and this is another way that we can do that. So I agree. I think it's a good time to do it, and the third option, whatever that final number ends up being, is, I think, a good way to keep things flat and avoid that spiking.
I guess I'll rank order my preferences. My first preference would be in high inflation years to follow Geneva School District's lead and not levy the full amount, but that was a discussion for last month. My second option, I agree with Chris that this number in option 3 could be a little larger. I would definitely support that. I would also support option 3 because I'm pragmatic. There's logic behind it. It's it's taxpayer friendly. It incents us to return money to the taxpayer for the next 2 or 3 years, in addition to this one. And it does keep those debt service payments level. We talk about spiking. The spiking is going to occur from the inflation rate. But at least the debt service levy will be more consistent. So those are my 3.
Yeah, thanks. Sorry, it takes me time to think through these because they're very complicated and complex situations. We sat here tonight and previous board meetings, at least the last 3, looking at our district finances and where we are. And I think what we hear loud and clear from the community are that there are 2 priorities from the district, for the district. One is student academic achievement and proficiency. We hear that loud and clear pretty consistently. And the other is strong financial stewardship of district dollars and revenues that come in. The challenge we have is that we have this potential, right, for expenditures to begin to potentially outpace revenues. We're not there yet, but it's a potential. And all because of this inflationary period that's coming over the course of the next X amount of years, and we have to talk to an economist who can help us with that. But right now, in this year, we are at a point with bonds falling off in 2024, and the financial health and good stewardship, the outcomes of that good stewardship over the last couple of years, specifically related to the referendum and the bonds that were sold, we're in this position where we can take the edge off for our constituents and our taxpayers. And so I'm in a similar place with option 3, and having this ability to create. What I like best about this is that consistency over time. And if we can get to, although it's an annual basis, I think what that does is it builds in the flexibility that we need if something were to arise that we haven't planned for yet. You know, we can make a different decision next year if we're in a different place. If we're in a similar place, we very well may make the same decision as a board. If we're in agreement, of course, to support this abatement as presented. So the consistency, I'm also pragmatic, just like Jim. I like the consistency that it brings over the shorter period of time. I think once we start moving the numbers around, it creates an opportunity for some of that spiking and that volatility that we're trying to avoid, it sounds like, from this approach that we're presenting today, or that we were presented with today. And I do want to also just kind of spend a minute talking about and highlighting again what Courtney talked about, which is, you know, my thing is, and I think we're all talking about it, we want to see long-term tax savings or savings on the tax obligation for our constituents, right? And a good example of that was this $150 estimate when the referendum was coming through and coming in at $4. And the amount of dollars that saved each homeowner over a 20-year period is significant. That's long-term tax savings to the community. That's a great example of it. And so what other ways can we do that? One is the levy, and of course, that's also an annual decision. So we're able to take a look at the snapshot of where our district is financially in that moment and make decisions on how much more we would potentially ask for. You know, the hard thing is in the long term, student achievement is a high goal to have. And again, it's a high expectation of our community, of our school district. And to get there, it takes a lot of energy, a lot of work, and, you know, at times is costly. And when we have one of the lowest per student spending rates in comparison, and we're able to still achieve where we are, where we want to see increases in proficiency, but we're also able to make these decisions for the taxpayer in there that help take some of that obligation off of their shoulders and put it back into the district fund. So, again, I'm supportive of the abatement as presented and appreciate the consistency of the 2026 target and what that provides to reduce the spikes. And that's pretty much it.
Okay, thanks. I don't disagree with anything that's said. I don't need to repeat everything that's said. I think consistency, you know, in the referendum, that was huge. How do you provide consistency to the community? I also think, you know, the timing of the abatement is always, like, if you could just do it in June after you've gone through staffing and, you know, all these parts of the work that, you know, built, you know, the contracts to really know how everything's going to play out, that would be awesome. But we have to do it now in preparation, you know, by February 28th. So I do think, you know, understanding that we're in a really interesting time, that when we hit our low point in May, really looking at what, you know, as you, and I know that you're coming to us in the next few weeks with metrics and the phase 3 of the strategic plan, and giving us all a chance to really talk about what our priorities are. And there may be a need for additional resources. And then in May, when we hit our low point, talking about what does next year look like and what are we really prioritizing, and making sure that if there is a surplus, we're saying exactly where we earmark that surplus, what need are we going to work on. We already know from tonight, I mean, busing's up in a double-digit %, right? And health claims are up. I think, Mr. Welton, at one point you shared that even though we have vacancies in custodial positions, we're having to pay overtime which is much more expensive because we have the vacancies. So we're not really, quote, saving money. So all those considerations go into this. It sounds like we're in agreement to abate the third option and potentially explore. Do you want to explore something else, or, I mean, or do you just, or?
I like that option, but I'd like to see what it looks like if it's a little bigger.
Okay.
Yeah. And then make a decision from there.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Anything else then? Okay. Then we will move on to the consent agenda. Does anybody have an item they want to pull? Oh, sorry, yeah.
Is it possible for me, I think it's just clarification on some policies, but there's just like one in three items. Can I just pull specific policies, not the whole E or F or G?
Yeah, I think you can just pull the number. Is that what you mean?
Yes,
Yeah.
can I?
Yep.
And I can do the motion if you want. I'll add other people's to this, however you want to do it. I just want to do it expediently. 4, 140, 5, 280, 6, 250, and 6, 260.
6-2, what was the last one? Sorry.
6, 260
Okay.
and 6, 250.
Anybody else?
So E, F, and G.
Oh.
Wish there were an easier way than pulling the whole thing. I just have some short interpretation questions from a few of these. 210, I have just a quick question about. $620, is that right? Or is there, am I missing a digit?
There's 620.
Okay. And 6270. Oh, 6280 as well. Sorry. Again, I just, 270 and 280.
Okay. All right, anybody else? All right, so before I ask for a motion, just, I'm going to ask the policy chair to just kind of give a high-level overview of the policies covered. There are a lot that we went through at the policy meeting. We as a board have committed to ensuring that our policies are not, that are in a regular review cycle, so that everything is looked at in a 3-year cycle. So.
5.
Right? 5. Oh, sorry, 5. Sorry. Oh, feels
Yeah.
like 10, but 5.
Feels like 1.
So anyway, and that, we've started that under Mrs. Troutman's leadership on the policy committee. So I'm going to turn over to her to give a high level, and then we'll get into the motioning and all that good stuff.
Yes, as Mrs. Cafaro said, we started this undertaking a little over a year ago, maybe 2 years ago. And with the support of Dr. Campbell and the administrators, we're tackling this every quarter. We look at anywhere between 30 and 50 policies every meeting that come up for our press review. And it truly is where the work is important, because it's the policies in our district that drive everything that happens in our buildings, in our offices, and with our staff and our students. So the policies that are reviewed are the ones that have been updated in response to state or federal changes, or policies that are just part of a regular 5-year review. Sometimes there's nothing that needs to be changed. And then other times we just want to look at the policies when it comes up in the 5-year review, or a policy pops because we realize it's not what's happening in our buildings. And our policies really do need to reflect what's happening in each of our buildings. So the policy committee, we meet quarterly. It's the committee meeting. District administrators. And any other board member that wants to be there. Tonight, there's 37 different policies that were reviewed. So we discussed each of these policies at the committee meeting. And and then offered them up tonight for a first read, and we'll pull some and discuss them again tonight. So that's what I've got for you.
Great. Could I have a motion for the consent agenda without the policies that are being pulled? And then we'll do those separate.
I move that the board approve the consent agenda, item A, personnel report, B, financial reports, C, first reading section, Board of Education policies 250 and 250. D, first reading section 3, general school administration policies 310 and 360. E, first reading section 4, operational services policies 410, 4-120, and 4-165. F, first reading section 5, personnel policies 5-190, 220, 250, 270, 320, and 330. G, first reading, Section 6, instruction, policies 615, 650, 660, 665, 6:255, 6:310, and 6:340. H, first reading, Section 7, students, policies 7:50, 70, 100, 180, 190, 250, 285, 290, and 340. Item I, K through 8, school photography, color portraits extension.
Okay, motion by Mrs. Troutman. Could I have a second? A second? Mrs. Stufen?
I'll second.
Second by Mrs. Hassler. Could you please call the vote? It's getting
Mrs.
late.
Stufen?
Past 9 o'clock.
Yes.
Mrs. Hassler?
Yes.
Mr. Kaczynski?
Yes.
Mr. Collins?
Yes.
Mrs. Arvanitis?
Yes.
Mrs. Troutman?
Yep.
And Mrs. Caforio.
Yes, 7 ayes, no nays, motion passes. All right, and then I need a motion for the ones that were pulled. Can we group them together? Is that okay? To just discuss, okay. Go ahead.
I move that the board approve consent agenda item C, first reading, Section 2, Board of Education Policies 2:210. E, first reading, Section 4, Operational Services Policies 4:140. F, first reading, Section 5, Personnel Policies 5:280. And G, first reading, Section 6, Instruction Policies 6:20, 6:250, 6:260, 270, and 280.
Can somebody second?
I'll second.
Okay, so motion by Mrs. Stufen, second by Mr. Kaczynski. We'll just start with 210, policy 210, which is, what?
I said we just have to give us a minute in between to
Oh,
just make
yeah,
sure
yeah.
we find our notes.
Okay, this is Board of Education, organizational Board of Education meeting.
Yeah, I just have a quick question. Does this policy change officer elections to once every 2 years?
No.
Okay, so is there a policy that states that officers are elected annually?
It's a different policy.
Yes, it's a different policy. We discussed that. That's why we made sure that this particular language is aligned to our current practices, which here we elect officers annually.
Okay, thank you. And I'm assuming that the law changed to allow 40 days after the canvass rather than 28?
That is correct.
Okay, that's all I had.
Yep.
Okay, next then is policy under operational services, policy 4140.
That's me again. So, okay, well, Karen, you can go first.
So it's talking about student fees and waivers. And there is something in red that's stricken that I remember us putting in. And it says in the last sentence in the second paragraph under student fees and waivers, students receiving a fee waiver are not exempt from charges for lost and damaged books, locks, materials, supplies, and equipment. I know that that's something that we put in. I can see why we'd want to take it out if press doesn't have it there, but we intentionally put it in there because we do the waiver, but we want accountability, that it's not just, we were having a lot of those issues, and so I think it's important to keep that in.
Wait, can you say that again, one more time?
So for student fees and waivers, we used to have a big issue, and we put in policy as well as practices then, and we're in a good shape. So there is a sentence, students receiving a fee waiver are not exempt from charges for lost and damaged books, locks, materials, supplies, and equipment. And that was when we did laptops and all that sort of stuff. So we wanted to put some responsibility and accountability in. When you have a fee waiver, you're not paying, but you still have to treat it well, and that we won't keep replacing.
Are we collecting the fines? Like,
If they-
did you just say
if they-
that even though
we
the
were-
policy said, we had this policy, but we weren't actually collecting them?
No, we didn't have this in the policy. We put it in there
Right.
as a policy, so then we could put procedures for administration in York or any other school, but that's where the biggest issue
I
was.
just misheard you. So that you're.
Yeah. So I'd like to keep.
I understand that it was added to the policy, but I thought you had said it wasn't actually happening.
No, it made it happen. So that's why I didn't think about it until I was reading it. It's probably stricken because press doesn't have that, because we added that.
Are you referring specifically to this sentence that says students receiving a fee waiver are not exempt?
Yes.
Yes, so that was updated in the school code. So if you look in the footnotes, that's not,
You can't, Trojan.
you cannot. You cannot actually have practices that allow students that receive fee waivers due to their criteria for operating, their criteria for meeting that, actually have fees accountable for lost or damage of school property. So that has been added to.
So bear with me. I
Right.
think what I'm hearing you say, validate whether I'm hearing it correctly, is that our handbook covers this.
No.
No.
Read-
Oh, you
read
can't.
footnote number 2. Maybe that'll help.
So what you're saying is our policy has been preempted by the state legislature?
Right.
Yes.
Okay, so,
Are they accommodating?
and does that send the right message in terms of accountability to all of our students, whether you have a fee waiver or not? And, if you destroy your Chromebook, you're negligent, whatever, does the administration have any consequences for those students, or there are just none? And if there are none, does that send the right message?
So, in short, I think that yes, previously we had practices in place for us to collect the fees for damaged property, as like a laptop and so forth. What we're now saying is that, again, the whole purpose of reviewing our policies is to make sure that they are in line with legislation that then guides our practices. So moving forward, based on the legislation that you said, it already cancels out what our previous practices have been in being able to collect fees and fines due to lost and damage of school property. I don't know in terms of what message that sends. I think we can still, within our school community, communicate to our students the value. We heard tonight an example of how we're elevating values across our school community, value of ourselves, value of others, value of our school property. Those conversations with students will still definitely be embedded. So I won't say that it just totally cancels that out, because we're still reinforcing that through our school practices, our communication, and the expectations, which is most important that we've set forth.
Well, and I think even furthermore, at the committee meeting, we discussed how it does not exempt students from, the discipline for destruction of property of the school district. They're still accountable to the disciplinary actions that are in their school handbook and clearly defined.
So are we saying that's how we'll accommodate that then? Right.
You can't get the money.
Yeah. So, but I just want to validate, and us to be clear, is that there will be repercussions or consequences to, lost and stolen. And it's not just we'll keep replacing and that sort of thing. That's true, that's what we talked about. Okay, great, thank you. Just so there's something, okay? Because it's all behavioral things, and it's good practice, good behavioral practice. And secondly, can we monitor what this does? Because we were into the million or whatever, and we got that number down. So I don't want it to go back up. So I'd like us to, I'm sure that we track stuff like this because this is an expense, right? And we see if it's repeat offenders or whatever it happens to be. I just think that we need to do some due diligence to make sure that we don't go back into the old practice, that we spent a lot of time putting our policies and practices and monitoring.
Can I just add a couple comments and maybe an idea? One is, I see the reason why this would be taken out, because if a family meets the criteria for free and reduced lunch or fee waiver, right, it's going to be hard to ask them to replace financially a laptop, if we're going to use that as an example. It's almost like charging a fee when you're not supposed to charge a fee. But I do also want to talk about, the accidental versus the intentional damaging of school property. And so you want to create, and I'd imagine we do this in practice, an opportunity for students, if something accidental happens, right, that we can replace or fix that iPad, or the Chromebook, but that if it's happening consistently, and I have to tell you through my own personal professional experience, this does not happen consistently very often at all, at least in my personal professional experience, that a student does continue to either accidentally or intentionally, say they go through 3 Chromebooks in 1 year, right? We start to, as educators, implement practices for that student. Maybe they're no longer allowed to take it home and they have to leave it at school. Maybe there's supervision or when they're using it in the classroom, right? Or they're leaving it in a specific classroom. So there's practice, I think, at play here that goes into play a little bit different than policy does. And as educators, that's what we do to do what's best for kids. Because no matter what, they need the instructional materials, whether it's a book or a laptop. Thanks.
Just, I'm not advocating that we have financial fines for people on free and reduced lunch. I have a particular affinity toward people that move to Elmhurst because they want to give their kids the best possible future that they can. So I don't want to unduly burden those people. And you're saying there are consequences if that the administration is imposing things. If it's chronic, negligent, you're sending the right message. So my only question is there a phrase we can put in this policy to reinforce what the administration is doing? To, specifically through policy, give them the board's authority to do so.
Is there something in the handbook? That's what I was going to ask. It sounds again like
I
a
think
practice over a policy, and I feel like if anything, it's in the handbook rather than a board
I
policy.
get where you're going. It just feels like.
Yeah, I just want to clearly state that the board gives the administration authority to implement what it sounds like they're already implementing. So just so there can be no, it's just so it's clear.
We can add a phrase of that sort to the handbook at the next pass this year, so.
Yeah, that would be great.
So that is more clear.
Because we review it every year now. Thank you very much.
Because we review it every year, yes.
Yeah, Kevin, if you wouldn't mind making a note of that, I'd greatly appreciate it.
Okay, that one good? All right, so now we're on 5280. And let's see, where am I? This is educational support
This is Luke.
personnel, duties and qualifications.
And it's down under coaches and athletic trainers. And maybe it's in a footnote that I missed, but we're talking about the coaches, let's see, that they're having educational programs and testing competencies on preventing abuse of performance-enhancing substances. I would think that it's more comprehensive than that, but I just wanted to make sure that they are getting training on all these things, that we're not just removing it.
Yeah, I don't believe it's a question of removing it. What I think it's doing is removing a redundant sentence, because if you read the line in front of it, they're still saying that all coaches and trainers have the qualifications required by any association. in which the school district maintains a membership, which is IHSA, and they would still have to fall under that. So what they did is they removed a redundant sentence on there.
Correct. So just wanted to clarify, again, it's not that they're not going to be preventing abuse of
Correct.
performance-enhancing substance. They're actually going to be more comprehensive in their training approaches on more things than just that. Thank you. That's just, I think it's important for us to highlight some of these things. That's it.
Okay? Yep, 6:20. Instruction, school year calendar and day.
That is me.
I also had a question there while Karen's looking it up. It says 176 days of school. Is that the state requirement, or is that one more day than the state requirement?
Yeah, I think that's the minimum requirement.
So 176 is the state minimum?
Correct.
Okay. Did we take a day out?
We changed it. It used to be 177. Yes.
Okay.
Right.
Okay.
We did that last year, I believe, just to match state policy.
Got it. Okay. So the first snow day is no longer a freebie.
Right.
Got it. Okay. All right.
Okay, was that it on?
Yep.
All right, around 6:50.
And 6250 is probably just like the last one I talked about, so it's probably Luke. And in item number 6, it's talking about, it's defined a violence offender against youth registration act, or has otherwise been convicted of a felony. I just want to make sure that we still screen people, and it's the background check and all those things are extensive, and even more so now than in the past. But we're taking that out, and I don't want people to feel like we don't screen for
No,
felony.
there's HR's regular process for onboarding any new staff members is we do the complete fingerprint background.
Okay, so 626, which is instructions, about curriculum.
Complaints about curriculum, instructional materials, and programs.
6260.
Isn't that what I'm on? Yeah.
That's it, okay. And so, let's see, that's me, and it is the last paragraph, and actually the last sentence. So here's my clarification. It's about if a parent or guardian may request that his or her child be exempt from using a particular instructional material or program by completing a curriculum objection form. I think that's important. We keep that in there, that parents can do that and how they do it. But then the next sentence, I want to make sure that it doesn't take away that parental right. So then it further says, the superintendent or designee shall establish criteria for the review of objections and inform the parent, guardian, employee of community member as applicable of the district decision. I think you mean that last sentence in general, like in the previous paragraph, where a parent or guardian or employee or community member who believes that the curriculum or instruction materials or programs violate rights guaranteed by law, and they can then submit their or file their complaint using this policy and form, but not that we're going to say parents can opt their children out, but then we might negate that. Do you see? Do you following?
Is the question, can a parent opt their student out?
Yes, particular.
Got it.
Curriculum items.
So there's specific statutory provisions that the state code provides that allows for parents to opt out of a course or an instructional material or program. So this form is for circumstances and situations that may lie outside of that. Typically, a request that is outside of those statutory provisions will be denied based on state code, based on requirements for us to ensure students are receiving, based on our curriculum. But we do work with parents to make sure that we explain that, to make sure that we engage in a partnership and talk through it. Those meetings generally go very well.
All right, is that it? Okay, the next one is 6270, which is instruction, guidance, and counseling program.
So there's a phrase in that policy that says, high school juniors and seniors will have the opportunity to receive career-oriented information. Does that mean like information about potential careers that they might want to pursue? Is that what we're?
Yes, yes, and.
Yes,
Okay, all right, so,
among other items.
all right,
Yes.
so,
As a part of a comprehensive
Yeah.
guidance program.
so as, you know, as a board member, I think maybe one of the things we can do as a board that will help our students and our families is maybe change that phrase to, because for a lot of, like, we send a lot of kids to college. For a lot of college majors, finding out a career your senior year that would require you to major in whatever, to find out that you didn't take 4 years of science and it's required, or 4 years of world language and it's required for that major in just about every college, et cetera, doesn't do a service to our children. So I would like to change that to say that something like, and you guys are welcome to wordsmith it, that we make a concerted effort to give career information beginning in middle school. You know, that I believe the research shows that if you want to attract a kid to STEM careers, you better start in middle school. High school is too late.
We have a lot of this work actually taking place right now. It's not packaged in such a way just yet where we can share it, but we actually have been doing exactly that, starting in 6th grade, looking at our course
Yeah,
offerings.
and I applaud you for that. I just want to codify it in our policy manual.
Yeah, absolutely.
Can I add, Jim, you're on the right path. You know, the state is putting college and career readiness, I mean, you have to do it, right? So is that what you're getting at, Scott, as far as talking about building that into the curriculum as early as middle school or sometimes younger even? But the state has a whole K through 12 career, college and career readiness, specifically career exploration, personal exploration plan for kids in our state. And
Correct.
I don't think that that's reflected in this policy, but it is dictated by the State Board of Education.
That's right.
So does this highlight, like, we have college representatives come in and different people from the military and different career paths come in and talk to juniors and seniors?
I mean, there's a lot at York college
Yeah.
related. I mean, even on their, I'm looking at their College and Career Corner website, and it says junior and senior students receive the most direct services from the College and Career Resource Center, but all students are encouraged to discuss post-secondary planning with their assigned school counselor, in addition to utilizing York's post-secondary planning resources, Naviance and SCORE. So Naviance is a great resource that all students can log into at any grade in the high school that helps get them on that track and discover their interests, their alignment with their interests to their programming, and then they engage with their counselor in that work as well. We also have counselors in our middle schools that do this work with our students, as well as our teachers who are incredibly dedicated and doing a ton of really fun, cool, career-oriented items in the class. So this is absolutely an area where we succeed over and over.
To your point, though, Jim, and everything that Scott said that Dr. Grant said is absolutely true. I think that one of the key points that all of our students get is a touch point with their school counselor, where they do a 4-year plan, and they are sketching out a career path where they're talking about what they want to do as a part of their high school career path, where all of that is there. And I hear what you're saying about codifying it in our board policy.
And I'm just saying that I think if we could do one thing, you know, better than any other school district, one of those things I'd like to do better than anybody else is give kids exposure to different career paths and have an active program with our, the adults in our communities that are practicing these careers that may pique kids' interests toward one career or another that they've never thought about because they've never seen it. Really, if you look, a lot of kids follow in their parents' footsteps because that's what they know. Where if they could get a broader exposure to different careers from different adults within our community, they might find something they truly love that, is not following in their parents' footsteps. And I think that would be a great service to our children, to our community, because there is, the one more expensive thing than trying to change your college major junior year is not making it through college because you hate your major, because then you got all the debt and none of the degree.
Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, I just wanted to, I agree, Jim, that the more information they get, the better. And I just wanted to point out that our PTAs actually do some fantastic programming in our middle schools and have career day and bring parents in from the community. And I've seen that in action, and it's fantastic. And we get all kinds of parents with a wide range of careers that come in and talk to kids. So I know we could, that's not from a district angle, but our PTAs do help a ton to bring that and to our kids. So.
And I think that's fabulous that we're doing it now. I just want to make sure we do it forever.
Yeah.
And the only tool that we have to do that is this policy manual. So I'm just looking for a few words.
Yeah, and I agree. I think that, and you'll see this at the state level, there's a huge push for personal exploration for students K through 12. There's there's a lot of opportunities, especially in a community like ours, to make those connections for kids, that personal exploration earlier so that they can make better decisions when they do go to college, and then being able to see what the impact is on them as people and as they grow and develop. It also, I think what you're getting to, Jim, is around helps with course selection, freshman through senior year. And so maybe there's something new that I'm being encouraged to try because I have a knack for fill in the blank, right? Like a teacher noticed that I have either a passion or an ability that I didn't know about that now is being identified to me, and maybe I want to explore that a little bit more. Maybe I can decide earlier that I really love this or I don't. And those opportunities for our kids. I think I see it in the strategic plan for sure. But I hear what you're saying, the kind of, this is a part of what we do in Elmhurst would be, something to think about. And I'm wondering if this is even maybe something we can learn more about as a board.
Yeah.
So as we go through the certification process with ISB for our career pathways at York, there's actually a requirement that we start this work earlier. So we have to have middle school career exploration. So this year, the district is partnering with PTAs who have kind of led this work to make sure that it's happening mostly in 7th grade, so it can then impact, right, that course selection for high school. And so it is required both in the middle school and the high school that if we want to have those certified career pathways through ISB, that we offer the opportunity for exploration. So they're requiring it, but could certainly also be in the policy as well.
Yeah, just looking for a couple of words in policy, and now
I'm
at the point where I'm beating the dead horse, but let's go back.
Well, you know what? I think it could just say, students will have the opportunity to receive career-oriented information beginning in middle school. Does that, that satisfies, doesn't that?
Let's throw Athena's words in there too. I think those are great.
Say?
Experiences. Career-related experiences or, something like that.
Career-oriented information.
Information, experiences, exposure.
You got it. All right, so are we in agreement that we can okay. All right. And then that was 6270. So now we're at 62780.
6280.
What are we at?
There's no 627.
6280.
6280. It's getting late and I need different classes. Okay, instruction, grading, and promotion.
So we're crossing out the entire paragraph that talks about weighted grades. Does that mean we're getting rid of weighted grades, or is there some incentive to have as few words in all policies as possible?
So there's another policy, 6310, and that policy defines which high school credit experiences receive which credit. And in that policy, there is some duplicative language, as you mentioned. So there's a line that says, "A superintendent or designee shall determine which, if any, non-district courses or experiences will count toward a student's grade point average, eligibility for athletic and extracurricular activities, et cetera." So I think there is a little bit of a duplication there. That policy also delineates out what credit will be provided for students. Now, that's typically towards non-district experiences. I don't know if that's helpful.
Could we, to avoid the repetition, could we just move that paragraph about weighted grades from 6280 into, Scott, I missed what policy number you're referring to right now?
There's 6310, but 6320 is also titled High School Credit for Proficiency, and that goes into proficiency credits as well.
Here's all I want to do is make sure that if anybody wants to get rid of weighted grades, they got to come to the Board of Education and have a public discussion.
Yeah, I think
So
they're going to have a hard time doing that without some additional steps.
So, yeah, I mean, so I'm just, again, looking for that paragraph to be in some policy of ours. I don't really care which one it is.
Got it.
Maybe we could pull those other two for the second reading and just look at the three of them together. Well, 6310 and 6320 are the ones that Scott mentioned have that other wording about weighted grades in there, or about the value of grades. And this one together, maybe we can just...
Yeah, we'll pull those and we'll just make sure.
And look at the three of those together.
Yes, and we'll,
at the
we can.
next round of policies.
Okay, yeah.
Is that okay? Is that good, Jim?
Yeah.
And then look at
Just
all of them
to make sure
together
that it
and
is
just
covered somewhere.
Make
and
sure
lives in
we're
a code.
covering.
We got it.
Yeah, just looking
all
for a
the
thoughtful
things.
discussion about that and
Yeah.
Okay, so that was the last one, right? 6280? Okay. All right, so we talked through them all, and we have noted the adjustment to 6270.
Yes.
And we will also confirm in 620, 6310.
We can just pull 6280.
Okay.
Maybe, and if Courtney's okay with it, we can just review those three at the next
Okay,
policy
perfect.
meeting.
All right, so,
We love them.
hang on. Got to modify the motion. So what did you delete?
Okay, so
Well, 280, 6280.
So
Unless you just-
2210,
Yeah.
4140, 5280, 620, 6250, 6260. There was another 6270 we're modifying, so we're.
It can go, I think it can go.
It can go in with that sentence, okay. 6270, yeah.
6260, did you say?
Yeah, 6260, 6270, and then just 62, we'll leave 6280 out.
It's 6280, yeah.
Yep.
Okay,
Okay?
all right.
So I'm excluding those from the motion. Or
Just the last one is, 6280 is
6280
getting,
is the only one
is
that's
out
not.
of the motion.
Here's the list.
It's going to come back.
Now I'm confused. Do you want to just read the
Yeah.
motion? You read the motion, you know what you're talking about here. I should, certainly.
So I'll ask for a new motion on
Okay.
the policies that were pulled.
Okay, I make a motion to,
Well, that's why, that's, no, where's John?
it's the first reading, I don't know.
I think as long as it can just sit there, as long as it's not called to vote. And I ask for a new motion.
Because we're not voting to approve them, right? We're just, it's the first reading.
Or we can just vote and know that we're going to bring those three back.
As long as the school board believes don't come knocking them out the
Now they're going to.
I can just, do you want me to just include it with the note that we're going to pull 280 to move it to the next policy? Do we have to?
Just make a new motion. Make a new motion.
Right, but you want me to not
Without
include 280?
280.
Okay. Okay. I move to approve the first reading for policies 2210, 4140, 5280, 620, 6250, and 6260. Oh, and 6270, we're going to include that one.
I'll second.
Motion by Mrs. Hassler, second by Mrs. Arvanites. We've already discussed. Please call the vote.
Mrs. Hassler?
Yes.
Mrs. Arvanites?
Yes.
Mrs. Stufen?
Yes.
Mr. Kaczynski?
Yes.
Mrs. Troutman?
Yes.
Mr. Collins?
Yes.
And Mrs. Caforio?
Yes, 7 ayes, no nays, motion passes. All right. Agenda action items. Item A, approval of resolution of the Board of Education transferring money from the operations and maintenance funds to the debt service fund.
This is something we do every year. It's for debt certificates for the administration building in the York Stadium for $338,525. It's a transfer in accordance with the Illinois Program Accounting Manual.
Okay, motion, please.
I move that the Board of Education approve the resolution to transfer money from the operations and maintenance funds to the debt service fund for the purpose of payment of debt certificates for fiscal year '23.
I'll second.
Okay, motion by Mrs. Hassler, second by, was that you?
Ms. Arvanites.
Mrs. Arvanites, thank you. All right, any discussion? Okay, please call the vote.
Mrs. Hassler?
Yes.
Mrs. Arvanites?
Yes.
Mrs. Troutman?
Yes.
Mr. Collins?
Yes.
Mrs. Stufen?
Yes.
Mr. Kaczynski?
Yes.
Mrs. Caforio?
Yes, 7 ayes, no nays, motion passes. Next item is the intergovernmental agreement with the Village of Bensenville.
Yes, thank you. The intergovernmental agreement between the Village of Bensenville and Elmhurst D205 will allow us the permission to install wireless communication equipment on top of the Village of Bensenville water tower that will link to another District 205 facility. The approval of the IGA will allow us to move into Phase 2 of the engineering study, which is conducting a proof of concept.
Any comments about this?
Comments or a motion?
Oh, sorry, a motion. Jeez.
I move that the Board of Education approve the intergovernmental agreement between the Village of Bensenville and Elmhurst Community Unit School District 205 as presented.
I'll second.
Okay.
Now I have a comment.
Troutman, second by Mrs. Arvanites. Comment, Mrs. Troutman.
Yeah, I wanted to say thank you to Rudy and the tech team and everything, because I remember back in 2020 when we had students at home learning, and I remember building administrators and district personnel driving hotspots out to students' homes so that they could learn. And that, to me, just seems so off. And when that wasn't working, because everybody and their brother was on the internet, then we figured out a way to get them in the building so that they could learn on our internet. And that's not sustainable or right. So I really appreciate all the work you've done. And I know that was one of the first things when we hired you. We were like, this cannot never happen again. So thank you for following through and for putting this as a priority and making sure all of our students that have this need are addressed.
Thank you.
Any other comments? I think this is fantastic, so. All right, please call the vote.
Mrs. Troutman?
Yes.
Mrs. Arvanitis?
Yes.
Mr. Collins?
Yes. Yes.
Mrs. Stufen?
Yes.
Mr. Kaczynski?
Yes.
And Mrs. Hassler?
Yes.
And Mrs. Caforio?
Yes, 7 ayes, no nays, motion passes. This is a great example of hard work for all our students. So thank you for that. All right, next is York High School Athletic Booster donation.
This is a generous donation by the York Athletic Boosters who've agreed to pay for a strength and conditioning coach contractual service agreement for a 1-year trial. It's $32,000, $16,000 per semester. Contracting with a strength and conditioning coach is not typically part of the standard high school athletic program, and therefore this contract is not funded with operating taxpayer funds. There is no commitment beyond 1 year related to this contract.
Okay, thank you for the background. Could I have a motion, please?
I move that the.
You're off.
Sorry.
You were off.
She scared me. I move that the Board of Education approve the York Athletic Boosters donation of a 1-year contractual service agreement with a strength and conditioning coach subject to legal review.
I'll second.
Motion by Mrs. Hassler, second by Mrs. Arvanites. All right, questions, comments? Yep.
I think this is fantastic, and thank you to the athletic boosters. I think this is a great way to help our students safely work out. A lot of times they're in the weight room alone or doing things on their own and not always knowing the right way to do them. So I think this will just help keep them safer and avoid injuries. And I would love to hear about, the positive outcomes of this at the end of the year, and, looking forward to if it's something that we might be able to continue in whatever, funding we could find for it, if the athletic boosters are going to do that again. But it would be great to hear about that.
Just once again, acknowledging all the parent organizations in this community. They continue to fill the holes where the district really can't. And so this is just another example of how our parents always step up for our students. And once again, thank you to the York Boosters for their commitment to all of our students across all of our sports. They're going to be in that gym at 5:30 in the morning. And they're going to kick Jim Pliskota out of his, his little area. And maybe Jim could get some tips. Sorry, Jim. So again, thank you to the Boosters for their continued support.
Do you think we could get Jim trained in strength training?
He's showing those boys he's showing those boys up in the morning now. Yeah.
It's funny. Okay, anything else? Okay, please call the vote.
Mrs. Hassler?
Yes.
Mrs. Arvanites?
Yes.
Mr. Collins?
Yes.
Mr. Kaczynski?
Yes.
Mrs. Troutman?
Yes.
Mrs. Stufen?
Yes.
And Mrs. Caforio?
Yes, 7 ayes, no nays, motion passes. Okay, we are in the home stretch. Superintendent's communication, item A.
Okay, I'm going to make this as short and sweet and concise as possible. At our December 18th board meeting, the Board of Education meeting, the board president charged our York leaders and student leadership representatives to come back to a future board meeting to kind of share some of the work that they were doing. And so I'm just here to share on behalf of the York community high school student leaders that they have continued to engage in very thoughtful discussions and conversations and dialogue. The student leaders are from a wide range of extracurricular activities and athletic programs at York, and still just really committed to making sure that we're creating and reinforcing a positive and welcoming environment in our school for all students. And so please stand by. They are definitely looking forward to coming back at a later date. Obviously, it's not tonight, but I definitely just wanted to let you know that that work and those conversations are still continuing. I also just want to give just a little brief nod to the 8th, February 8th, the Board of Education and the administration will come back together to do some more learning and continue our learning, specifically around our strategic plan and the work that's happening in this phase 3. We want to, and our objectives for that time is just to continue to deepen our understanding of the key strategic objectives and the indicators of success, to further align our work, and then also to really continue to learn how we are using a data-driven process to really set strategic, measurable, and appropriate benchmarks. And then to just begin to examine samples of those benchmarks for each of those strategic priorities, and to provide insight and feedback on some of the implications of this work for board governance across D205. So we're looking forward to continuing that work and again, bringing the board in learning on this journey, as well as giving opportunity to just showcase some of the thinking and the intricacies that are going on behind the scenes with our administration as we move our strategic plan forward.
Okay, great. All right, you're still up. Freedom of Information Act request.
One FOIA request for bid information granted, one FOIA request for released meeting minutes granted, one FOIA request for restroom closures not in possession, one FOIA request for board member names and term dates granted.
Okay. Social media highlights.
So I will talk a little bit right here. So I asked her to include the analytics for just January so far. So that's 17 days. And if you look at those numbers, they continue to increase their activity on social media and set new goals every day.
And you know, it may not seem significant, but that's how our community knows what's going on in our schools. So thank you for that work. Board communications.
I just have a quick one.
Yep.
So last week I attended the 2023 STAFE Summit and School Preparedness Workshop that's sponsored by DuPage Office of Regional Education and the Northern Illinois School Safety Association. It was presented at the College of DuPage Homeland Security Training Institute, along with Dr. Campbell and a lot of building and district administrators. And it really is, and I remember this from back in the day, when you get a lot of people that have subject matter together, there's great conversations that happen and information that you might think you know, but you didn't think of it in the way that it's being presented. So it was a great collaboration of information being presented by all these stakeholders that have extensive extensive subject matter knowledge. And it's a great annual event with the priority of the safety of our schools and our staff and our students. So really enjoyed it. So thank you.
All right, cool. Anything else? All right. So I want to really note that our upcoming meeting is February 8th at 6:30 PM. It's Committee of the Whole Board of Education meeting here in District 205 Center. So I just want to note it was a different date. So February 8th, 2023, Committee of the Whole at 6:30 here in District 205 Center. And then our regularly scheduled Board of Education
The agenda says 5:30, so
You just
should I
told me
show up an hour
6:30.
early, or
Yeah.
what should I do?
You know what? 4:30. You be here at
4:30 for me, 6:30 for you?
4:30 to sit and warm up, look through the materials.
Oh, I'll be coming up with a bunch of questions.
Is it 6:30 or 5? It's 6.
All right, that's all I needed to know.
5:30, it looks like. I'll look at my notes. I have
Well-
5:30 on my calendar.
We have to decide tonight.
You let me know if
What's-
it's different.
We said 5:30.
Okay.
You should say 5:30, are we going? Yeah, I have on my calendar as 5:30.
Ms. Kathy, I think that was,
Yep.
Okay.
it's
All right.
5:30.
5:30.
Just so we're clear, if that was not me. Okay, so let me repeat myself.
Yes.
February 8th, 2023, Committee of the Whole Board of Education meeting here in District 205 Center at 5:30. All right, and then the regularly scheduled Board of Education meeting, February 21st, 2023, Board of Education meeting here, District 205 Center at 7 o'clock. We are at the end of our agenda. If nobody has anything, we are adjourned.